Sometimes your dreams just can't wait any longer. You need your home to open new doors, your money to work harder. You need a new kind of freedom, or the chance to help a loved one leave the nest. At First Interstate Bank, we understand the importance of these dreams, and we can help you realize them. First Interstate Bank, built for you.
Are we good over there? Perfect. Okay. Our fault. My fault. I'll try and adjust it so I can see the light. All right, this is our first heat of FFA Showmanship. We have Abby Stroud, Charlotte Anderson, Chloe Owsley, Dawson Bernard, Easton Mason, Emma Glanz, Garrett Burkett, Haley Cooper, Isabel Cruikshank, Jason Hewley, Caleb Booth, Cassidy Orr, Kate Mainwaring, Katie Rice, KL Kugler, Layla Terrell, Madeline Fleener, Natalie Herbst.
Cassidy is a scratch.
Cassidy is a scratch.
Yeah, Cassidy.
Can you tell the judge for each individual class, are they just going to save them and ribbon them, or are they just going to save his selections for overall?
For these classes, he'll just save the selection of overall because.
And we'll ribbon at the very end.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
And he's going to. I think he's going to keep 10 total.
10 total.
I think. No, because these aren't. This is all one class. It's just broken into 2 heats.
So he'll save.
FFA Showmanship is all one class. It's just broken into 2 heats, so there won't be individual ribbons given per class. Mr. Anderson will simply save some out of this drive to go into the championship drive against the other heat. So there are not ribbons for individual classes because it's all one class. It's just divided into 2 heats.
Well, good morning. It's certainly a pleasure to be in Douglas this morning, and what a great way to start out with a tremendous national anthem the young lady did, and a wonderful way to start here with Showmanship. First drive of the day, and you know what I'm looking for is I'm not going to give a lot of tips because we still have another heat, but I'm looking for comfortable kids and comfortable pigs. I don't know that our pigs are quite as comfortable here in the first drive of the day. I do not want to overdrive anything or get somebody hurt or get a pig hurt to where they wear out. So we're going to go slow. We're going to go steady. But yet these pigs need to work with you. And I think that's a little bit of the problem we've got in here is some of these pigs just aren't dancing the same step that you're dancing. And it's so key that when you're out here that the two of you work together, hit those spots, and I'll give more tips here in a little bit. But a good way to start, I think I pinned 5. Young man down there, go ahead and stick that hog in a pin, okay? We've got 5 that we'll sort through here and work through our next heat. Good way to start. Let's congratulate these young people for an awesome morning.
The 5 selected out of the first heat: Charlotte Anderson from the Jim Bridger FFA, Garrett Burkett from the Casper FFA, Jason Hewley from the Wind River FFA, Caleb Booth from Torrington Lingle FFA, and Natalie Herbst from the Sheridan John B. Kendrick FFA. This is Heat 2 of FFA Showmanship. We have Nora Joslin, Oakley Smith, Peyton Ramza, Peyton Helton, Peyton Monroe, Peyton Teaton. 2, 3, 4 Peytons in a row. How about that? Reese Sr., Shane Rogers, Tavy Miller, Taya Thompson, Trey Bowder, Trey Lee Foland, Trevor Jolovich, Trip Eisenberger. Also added to my list, Timber Cousins. AOB Darks, please have it on your mind. You don't need to report just yet, because we will pick some out of this heat of Showmanship, and then we will pick the champion Showmanship. So we'll be just a little bit away, but the show will start with AOB Darks. There are 2 classes of AOB Darks, so be getting ready.
Well, again, as we work through this particular heat, and I need to grab one more, so I'm still watching as we work out here. And again, I think sometimes we get a little nervous or we try to do too hard. There's no doubt in my mind that we've got county fair champions in the first heat and the second heat, and some of them won't get kept. Go ahead and pin your hog down there, sis. Some of them will not get kept, and that's just part of the ball game. When you go to the state level, you're working against the best of the best. So I think sometimes we put added pressure on ourselves, and then we come out and try to push the limits too hard, too fast, and then our pig gets a little wore out because we were trying to push them a little too hard when we needed to just lay back, be natural, and let the heat come to you. I dare you to be different. I dare you to be different in showmanship. I dare you to be different with the hogs that you exhibit. Do not be like everybody else. Set yourself apart. And to me, we had too many similar showmen that if everybody's going that way, they felt like that was a cool thing to do. I want to find somebody that's different and proud of it, This group does an excellent job. Again, let's congratulate them. We'll work through these top 10 and get you a champion showman. Good luck. Good luck to you, okay? Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Get up. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. It's still hot, guys.
From the second heat, we have Peyton Helton from Shoshone, Peyton Teton from Laramie Peak, Reese Sr. from Snowy Range FFA, Tavy Miller from Douglas, and Taya Thompson from Prairie View FFA. So total out here in the championship drive, we have Charlotte Anderson from the Jim Bridger FFA, Garrett Burkett from the Casper FFA, Jason Hewley from the Wind River FFA, Caleb Booth from the Torrington Lingle FFA, Natalie Herbst from the Sheridan John B. Kendrick FFA, Peyton Helton from Shoshone FFA, Peyton Teton Laramie Peak FFA, Reese Sr. Snowy Range FFA, Tavy Miller, Douglas FFA, Taya Thompson, Prairie View FFA.
It's a good heat. A great way to start, and a lot of times I like to see showmanship last because you get to see the young people show them throughout the day and then come back and see how they exhibit their skills later on. Here's a chance right off the bat to establish yourself for the rest of the day. And we had a tremendous set of young people that did a good job. And we'll take a little more time as we move through showmanship because I have to judge your kids. When I judge the pigs later on, we'll move through them a little quicker because I've did this long enough. If I don't know what I like by the age that I'm at now, and I just turned 56, if I don't know what I like by now, I don't need to be doing these things. But in showmanship, I'm not going to make your mom and dad or grandma and grandpa upset because we go too fast. So I've learned that through the years that we spend a little more time. 10, 9, and 8, I'm just going to talk this a little unorthodox. 10, 9, and 8, the reason you're there, when every pig came out of that gate and we're walking across, I made you change sides. And do you remember walking between the rear of the hog and myself? Okay? I've always taught, and I've always been taught, showmanship is like eating a ham sandwich. I'm one slice of bread, this gentleman's one slice of bread, and we always keep the ham in the middle. You want to make that transition to the other side by going in front. The challenge is, though, keeping your pig going at the same pace that it is before you change sides, and that's what you ran into, kiddo. You were anticipating that I was coming around too quick, so you got to the front too fast, and as we went right across here, you weren't going at a good enough pace for a little bit. You need to keep him going. You're quick enough and you're savvy enough about what you're doing. Keep that pig going at a similar pace. Plenty loud, plenty squealy. Your dance partner didn't cooperate with you quite as well. Did that keep you from getting pinned? No, you're a very good showman. Did that limit your ability to hit the spots as easily or as much as you'd like to? There's no doubt in my mind, watching your eye contact and your attitude, that you're aggressive and you know what you're doing. But when your pig doesn't want to cooperate with you quite as well, then you had to push him a little harder. You got a little frustrated. He got a little frustrated. Simply dance partners weren't on the same stage. Very good job. The young lady that ends up 5th, nice job. I thought you were just a little more passive and a little slower in comparison to the 4 that we've got out here. You 4 go ahead and fire them up again. But I thought you did a very good job of positioning yourself. But if there was a hole that opened up, typically you were the 5th of the 5 to get to that hole. So very good job. And again, I enjoy it. Showmanship is not for the weak of heart because you get out here, you've got to have, 1, a pig that has did this before. 2, you've got to have some endurance. And as I work through them out here, I'm going to work them from 4 to 1. 4th place is the young man on the far side. Tremendous job. He caught my eye right off the bat and out of the gate and does a good job. There's times that I feel like maybe you distance yourself too far. I know that we don't want to be too close, and yet I don't think any of you do. But I think sometimes you passed up the opportunity to get a head start or to get a step ahead of somebody when just like right now you're on the far side instead of maybe passing here just a little bit closer. Very good showing, great control of the hog, does a tremendous job. Young lady with the calico is going to be 3. When she came in that first heat, she had the pace and the tempo, and that's something I'm looking for. Anybody can follow a hog. The good showman can drive them. And I want to see who can drive their hog, who can make them go where they want to, jump through the circles. This young lady did that. You were going at a quicker pace in your heat. You slowed down a little bit because I don't think your pig could handle that pace for 2 different heats. So you've got to understand and know, okay, I want to be aggressive, I want to be assertive, but I've got to go slow enough where I don't tie my pig up too much. But a great job on that. We get down to these 2. And they're the 2 that did the best job for me out here in the final heat. I'm not going to say they were the first one in every heat that caught my eye and got pinned. Matter of fact, our champion might have been the 4th person to go to a pin. But it is what it is when you come back out here and you got the best of the best competing against each other. You come out here and you do the job. There's one of them that just does a quicker, more efficient job, has a dance partner that is absolutely on point, works extremely well with her. Young lady, you're going to be reserved. Young man, you'll be our champion. Congratulations. Great set of showmen. Congratulate each of them.
All right, here we go. Champion, FFA Showman, Caleb Booth, Torrington Lingle, FFA. Reserve, Taya Thompson, Prairie View, FFA. Third, Charlotte Anderson, Jim Bridger. Fourth, Garrett Burkett, Casper. Fifth, Natalie Herbst, John B. Kendrick, Sheridan. Sixth, Peyton Teton, Laramie Peak. Seventh, Reese Sr., Snowy Range. Eighth, Peyton Helton, Shoshone. Ninth, Jason Hewley, Wind River. And 10th, Tavy Miller, Douglas. We're now ready. Please have to the ring Aspen Bieri, Mac McCumber, Taryn Miller, Ruth Warner, MJ Hughes, with it AOB Dark Market Swine, ranging in weight from 250 to 276. Heavyweight AOB Darks, Tavy Miller, Kendra Bowder, Jason Cruikshank, Neva Sloan, Ruth Warner. Please get to the holding area as well. Those range in weight from 283 to 310. This first class ranges in weight from 250 to 276. Any other breed, dark. So just, these are breeds that we don't have a classification for, or enough to have a classification for one breed, and so they come in the any other breed dark category. Natalie Herbst and Peyton Teton, evidently you did not get your ribbons for showmanship. If you'd like to come get them or send somebody to come get them, that would be great. Thank you.
Sometimes your dreams just can't wait any longer. You need your home to open new doors, your money to work harder. You need a new kind of freedom, or the chance to help a loved one leave the nest. At First Interstate Bank, we understand the importance of these dreams, and we can help you realize them. First Interstate Bank.
All right, here we go. AOB
built for
Darks.
you.
Let's bring them in the ring. We have Aspen Bieri, Mac McCumber, Taryn Miller, Ruth Werner, MJ Hughes. Bring them in.
Like I said, as we get into some of these hog classes, it won't take nearly as long to sort through some of those, so I challenge you to just be on point. I don't have anywhere else to go. I'm here all day. This is what we planned all day. I just don't want to deliberate too long. I'm not going to argue with myself as we work through these classes because I've learned throughout the years any argument that I have with myself, I'm going to win either way. So the young lady drives a really nice class winner here to start the day. That's a big, burly, stout made one that's got plenty of muscle to him. Is he as comfortable off of his hind leg and drive as authoritative as what I'd like to see? Probably not, and that's where I'd change him, make him a little more athletic. But in terms of bulk and boldness and power, that's a really good place to start. Young man here that ends up in 2. That gilt's got an awesome look. She's probably more comfortable as we watch her get out and go. I love her design. She wants to narrow a little more when she comes at you, gets a little more refined and frailer, maybe not quite that extra robust rib and body. Barrow that ends up in 3rd, a productive kind of barrow, big muscular top working in that barrow, got a little swelling in his hop, not moving quite as well. Good lightweight dark AOB class, congratulations.
First place, MJ Hughes. Second, Taryn Miller. Third, Ruth Warner. I believe those were all Hereford pigs. Now we have, ranging in weight from 283 to 310, Tavy Miller, Kendra Bowder, Jason Crickshank, Neva Sloan, Ruth Werner. One thing I will just say is by moving to breeds in the market show, we have revitalized kind of some of these breeds that we hadn't seen in several years. So it appears we've got some Herefords and some Tamworths out here in the ring at this time, and kind of revitalized some of these breeds that we haven't seen for a little while.
Got a nice Tamworth barrow to start the class with. I just think as we study this class, that's the barrow that's designed properly. He's appropriate in terms of his proportions, good muscularity, dimension, fresh in terms of his look. Pretty positive place to start. Long-bodied, extended, off-belted Hereford barrow here that goes 2. Probably just got to give him more spread when we get right up high and give him a little more dimension and just true shape throughout. But I do like that hog from a side view extremely well. Young lady's going to be 3 down there, and that's a big extended kind of barrow. He's sound. He's better in terms of his function and flexibility. Again, we've got to give him more shape. Barrow that ends up in 4th, productive kind of hog. Got good dimension to him. Just got to make him sounder, make him a little better balance. Good heavyweight class. Still hot. 6, 4, and 2. Okay.
First place, Jason Crickshank. Second, Neva Sloan. Third, Ruth Werner. Fourth, Kendra Bowder in the AOB dark.
3 was the girl way up front. 4 is the little girl right there.
All right, and we will now select the champion AOB dark between Jason Crickshank and MJ Hughes.
two classes of dark AOBs to start our day, our Herefords and Tams as we come out here, and good hogs to sort through. I expect as our day goes through, we'll turn up the heat just a little bit more, but I think there is one that wins pretty handily out here for me. Sound, productive, big-bodied, big-centered one, plenty of dimension. I like the young man's Tamworth Bear to be our champion here this morning. Then as we study that second place hog in that class, great running gear, extremely flexible, just not as muscular and bold. I know the Hereford Bear that wins the first class not as comfortable on his hind leg. That's the next best one, though. He'll be our reserve champion AOB. Congratulations.
Your champion goes to Jason Cruikshank, reserve MJ Hughes in the AOB Darks. Congratulations, exhibitors. Now we're moving into Berkshires. Berkshire Class 1, Corbin Weber, Katie Kugler, Brayson Woodward, Jenna Fries, Tinley Barnes, Talon Owsley with Berkshire Class 1. Berkshire Class 2, also please be ready. Gavin Gorzalka, Davey Frost, Caden Drake, Madison Bernard, please be ready. Berkshire Class 1 ranges in weight from 225 to 268. Berkshire Class 1. Chesters, be getting ready. There's two quick classes of Berks, then Chesters, then Durocs. So please be paying attention. Please be getting ready.
There's market program.
There are programs for today's show available over here at the table to my right, your left. If you want a program for today's show, come over to the table and pick one up. Gavin Gerzalka, Davey Frost, Caden Drake, Madison Bernard, please report to the holding area with your heavyweight Berks. Chester Whites, please be ready soon.
Good start to our Berkshire drive here. I think a pretty solid place to start here at the young ladies' bar directly in front of me. That thing has got a huge shoulder and big back working in him. I like the density that he has throughout. He's sound. He's proportional. He balances extremely good. We'd spread him a little wider coming right at you and going away. But I think in this class, that's a pretty logical, safe place to start. Young lady here to my right is going to be second, and I like that bear in terms of the width and dimension that he's got. He's the most like the bear that wins in terms of his design. Again, he's just a little flatter in his rib, a little rounder out of his hip. Probably as we study him, I just didn't see him being quite as dense, quite as burly as that bear that wins the class. Good bear here in third. Just got to give him a little more shape when we get down his top and back in behind. I like his soundness. I like his length of body. Love his extension and skeleton really well. Got to give him a little more punch and just more true shape working the whole way through. We get into 4, and that bear has got plenty of muscle and power. He's just a little too moderate, probably a little too jammed up. The bears that end up in 5 and 6, they're good, sound, productive kind of bears. They just don't have that extra shape working throughout. They're a little tighter up in their top line. Maybe they just need to have a little more look and a little more expression throughout, but a good start to our Berkshire drive.
First place goes to Tinley Barnes. Second, Jenna Fries. Third, Talon Owsley. Fourth, Katie Kugler. Fifth, Brayson Woodward. Sixth, Corbin Weber. If you're going down your program, that goes 6, 4, 5, 2, 1, 3. Now we have Berkshire Class 2. These pigs range in weight from 272 to 303. Gavin Gorzalka, Davey Frost, Caden Drake, Madison Bernard. Bring them in. Chester Whites, please report to the holding area. Presley Larabus, McCarty Dar, Natalie Herbst, Trevor Jolovich, Chloe Owsley. Please report to the holding area.
Good heavy class. I like the young man here in the green shirt to win this class pretty logically. That bear balances so well and just so fresh in terms of his presentation and how he looks. Very, very good down his top. He reads extremely true out of his upper hip and extremely square as he goes away. You'd stouten his skull and his jaw on him ever so slightly if you wanted to pick on him a little bit. Outside of that, that thing's skeleton build second to none in this drive. Young lady in the blue shirt will end up in 2, and I don't see that gilt being quite as fresh as the barrow that wins, quite as youthful. She's starting to wrinkle just a little there, more in her top, and got a little more crest right there in her neck. That gilt's got tremendous length of body, length of stride, flexibility, and athleticism, just not quite as fresh and youthful as that barrow that wins the drive. We get into 3 and 4, a little closer decision here. Probably young man's going to end up in 3. I'd like to change his hind leg, make him a nickel sounder as we watch him drive, but that is a big, bulky one that's got plenty of spread up high, plenty of muscle. Give him a little more feature and give him a better hind leg. We can talk about him maybe in that top pair. That's a great design gilt that ends up in 4th. Love her length of body, extension design. Just got to spread her wider throughout from end to end. Give her more width, give her more true dimension. Good heavyweight class.
First place, Gavin Gorzalka. Second, Madison Bernard. Third, Caden Drake. Fourth, Davy Frost. Now we'll pick the champion and reserve Berkshires. Out of Class 1, we have first place, Tinley Barnes. Second place, Jenna Fries. Out of Class 2, first place, Gavin Gorzalka. Second place, Madison Bernard. Chester Whites, please be in the holding area. Presley Larabus, McCarty Dar, Natalie Herbst, Trevor Jolovich, Chloe Owsley. Class 1 Durocs, please also be making your way to the ring. Gage McCumber, Taylor Cushman, J.C. Owsley, Lily Lewis, and Kaysen Eckley. Please be making your way with your Durocs, Class 1.
Good Berkshire drive. Pretty legit one down here the young man in the green shirt has to win this division. I just think he does so with ease, and if we keep building them like this and productive and sound and square, good top shape and fresh and presentation on point, this will be a fun day. I do think it gets a little closer as we study for reserve between that lightweight barrow that needs the base a little wider coming and going, and then the big second place heavy gilt that's got plenty of muscle and power. Love her length of step, but just not quite as fresh. Take nothing away from our second here. That's good, but just a little flat throughout. Again, I think it's close for reserve. My second favorite one, that class winner out of Class 1, will be our reserve champion, Burke.
Your champion goes to Gavin Gorzalka. Reserve, Tinley Barnes, both coming out of Sheridan County. All right, now we go to the Chester Whites. We have 5 entries, ranging in weight from 278 to 304. Presley Larabus, McCarty Dar, Natalie Herbst, Trevor Jolovich, Chloe Owsley. All Durocs, please also report to the holding area. We have 2 classes of Durocs. Gage McCumber, Taylor Cushman, J.C. Owsley, Lily Lewis, Kaysen Eckley, McCrae Dar, Luke Ogden, Evie Kissling, Cade Clark, Cooper Zolman, Wesley Barnes, Caden Light. Please report to the holding area. The Wyoming State Fair Foundation has some priority projects in 2025. They need to get a skid steer for the abundance of heavy jobs on the ground. They need more power put in the livestock barns, live stream of shows and contests, an ice machine, and a scholarship fund. That's the priority projects for the Wyoming State Fair Foundation. And These were the projects that were donated in 2025. The skid steer, the temporary power, the live stream of shows, the ice machine, and the scholarship fund. If you would like to donate, there's posters around the grounds, or there's a card up here where you can scan the code and donate to the Wyoming State Fair Foundation. Their mission is to ensure that Wyoming State Fair serves as a vibrant celebration of our state's agriculture, youth, education, heritage, and industry while evolving to meet the needs of future generations. The Wyoming State Fair Foundation. Thank you. And do realize that our shows are streaming. If you want information on how to get the streaming service, just check over here on the side of the ring where the camera is, and they can tell you how to log on to the streaming service.
Good Chester class, just the one. You got to think the gilt, the young lady out here, the taller girl in pink has, wins the class pretty easily. I'd fix her right there in her loin ever so slightly and strengthen her right there. Maybe give her just a little more width of chest. She's the truest as she goes away. She has tremendous shape and spread down her top. She's extremely comfortable as we watch her get out here and stride across the arena. I like her balance. I like her flexibility and proportions extremely well. I think that was a logical place to start for me. 2 and 3 get a little closer. Actually, we could argue 2, 3, and 4 if you want. I opted to go ahead and use the other young lady here in pink to go 2. I think in terms of comfort level, how he utilizes his hind leg and still has good dimension and spread up high. I think he's a notch fresher in terms of his presentation and look than the bear in third. He's better on his loin edge, bigger and more powerful out of his hip. Just not quite as youthful up through that front end, not quite as broad there in his shoulder as the gilt that wins, but a nice hug that goes second. Good barrow that ends up in third. Started to wear down on us just a little bit. Ultimately, I just don't know that he's fresh enough or has enough just true punch and shape to him throughout. He is tall-shouldered. Young lady has obviously proven that he's got a tremendous running gear. I need to stouten him up and freshen him up, but a nice barrow to go third. Probably the biggest back of any hog in the class is the barrow in fourth. However, I just don't see his proportions being quite as good. He's a little cressier in his neck. He's a little shorter as we study him out of his rump. I've got to lengthen him on both ends of his skeleton. I got to give him more bone and just feature to go with that extra big back and rib and center that he's got. Extremely well presented. Skin and hair is exceptionally good. Somebody fed that one exceptionally good also. Barrow that ends up in fifth. Barrow that's certainly big and productive in his kind. Plenty of product, not as comfortable in terms of how he sets and drives out of his hip and his hind leg. Got to make him sounder and freshen him up. Excellent class of Chesters. My congratulations to each.
Presley Laribus. I was told how to pronounce this yesterday, trying to get it. Laribus. Presley Laribus. McCarty Dar is second. Third, Chloe Owsley. Fourth, Natalie Herbst. Fifth, Trevor Jolovich. Champion is Presley Laribus. Reserve, McCarty Dar. Going down the program, it goes 1, 2, 4, 5, 3.
I think the first class that we've had today that I could sit here and say, okay, we can justify flopping 2 or 3 in this particular drive and be very comfortable with it. The 3 hogs that top this drive are nothing alike. Each of them are different. Each of them are extremely good in different aspects and proportions. The barrow that wins the class, as you watch him, the young lady in blue down here, as much muscle and shape that he has, is not supposed to drive as comfortable and long as what he's doing. I know he's getting a little stubborn right now, but I do think in terms of how he bends his hind leg, his comfort level, his true squareness coming and going, that is the best one in this particular drive. He is too frail as we study him in terms of his jawline and feature. I think maybe we've got him just a little too full and pushed the limits just a little bit in terms of where he's at on muscle, but yet he handles it well. He sits there. He doesn't get outside of himself. He didn't tighten up on his any at all. Again, I've got to make that thing denser in terms of just his general feature, but I do think that's a nice place to start. Young man that ends up in 2. He's worked extremely hard on getting hair and quality and presence on this hog to look extremely good, and she's very good in that regard. You watch her drive, though, and she's extremely short-stepping from behind. She just looks a little coarse, a little more mature, a little straighter in her shoulder to go along with that. I just don't see that gilt being as sound from a structure standpoint, as flexible as we watch her drive. I need to make her a little more youthful in terms of her presence and just her general look. Young man in 3rd, if that thing had just a nickel more punch and pop to him, that'd be the barrow that wins the class. That is the best skeleton hog in the drive. His length out of the front of his shoulder is extremely good. Where his neck, head set on the top of his blade, extremely good. I just get up on top of that rascal, and I don't have enough punch. I don't have enough shape, enough pop to him, working him throughout. But that is the best skeleton, best design, best organized hog in the class. I just wished he had more to him. Barrow that comes out here in 4th, little flatter on his front feet. We change him there. It does affect in terms of how he steps off his front too. But he's one that gets a little rounder as we study him out of his rump. I don't see that barrow being as youthful. I don't see him having that extra shape and punch to him also. But one that we've got to make a little more expressive. We get into 5 and 6, and they're designed extremely good. They're hogs that have length of body, length of neck, length of hip, good skeleton. They both need to be pried open. They both need to be wider throughout. They both need just a little more flesh and a little more condition on them. But an excellent start to our Duroc drive. My congratulations.
First place goes to J.C. Owsley. 2nd, McCrae Dar. 3rd, Gage McCumber. 4th, Taylor Cushman. 5th, Lily Lewis. And 6th, Luke Ogden. Now we're at Duroc Market Class 2, ranging in weight from 279 to 325. We should have McCrae Dar, Luke Ogden, Evie Kissling, Cade Clark, Cooper Zolman, Wesley Barnes, Caden Light. Hampshire Market Class 1, please report to the holding area. Parker McKinney, Aspen Evans, Rutley Hanson, Leander Hanson, Colder Cousins, Aubrey Kraft, Katie Rice, McCarty Dar.
To change that hind leg in terms of how it sets on him just ever so slightly, freshen him up and make him a bit more robust throughout. Coming out of 4th here, the young lady that's got an extremely heavy structure, stout featured kind of productive, probably the best bodied, best centered hog in the drive. As you leave a little more hair on some of these hogs, it's hard to get that shape to pop. I see that bear being a little plainer as we study him in terms of just his shape down his top. He needs more expression. He doesn't have as much look out in front of his blade. That's a productive, fault-free, practical kind of skeleton in one. But as we change him in terms of shape and expression, that's where we need to improve that particular hog. Plenty of product, plenty of dimensions. We come down here in 5. Got to make that thing move a little better. Here's a sound, good design, good skeleton. 1 and 6 just has to have more true shape and muscle throughout. Good class.
Cooper Zolman is 2. Wesley Barnes is 1. All right, I think I'm right. Wesley Barnes is first, Cooper Zolman second, Cade Clark third, Evie Kissling fourth, Caden Light fifth. So we should have, out of the first class, J.C. Owsley, McCrae Dar, and out of the second class, Wesley Barnes and Cooper Zolman for the champion drive. Hamps, please be making your way to the holding area. Class 1, Parker McKinney, Aspen Evans, Rutley Hanson, Leander Hanson, Colder Cousins, Aubrey Kraft, Katie Rice, McCarty Dar. Tate Bassett, Ace Keel, Braden Vetter.
Good red drive, and yes, there is some differences in terms of shape and sizes. First class had a lot of different pieces in it and different kinds, but the second class fell together pretty handily, had a lot of quality up on the top. Take nothing away from this lightweight bear that handles himself much better than I anticipated he would. He's got tremendous shape and muscle. We've just got to have more feature to him, give him more density, and that second place light's just got to have more flex, change your angles. That's my favorite pair, the 2 heavyweight hugs. They'll be your champion, reserve champion Duroc.
What did he pick? I didn't. So were they both out of the second class? Okay, all right. Your champion goes to Wesley Barnes and reserve champion Cooper Zolman.
I was going to say, she's out. She should be on Dark Cross.
Okay, so we should have Hamp Class 1, Parker McKinney, Rutley Hanson, Leander Hanson, Colder Cousins, Aubrey Kraft, Katie Rice, McCarty Dar, Tate Bassett, Ace Keel, Braden Vetter. That is Hamp's Class 1.
No, they had the wrong, Siddle had the wrong program.
Market Swine Hamp Class 2, Patsy Graves, Colby Rich, Shane Rogers, Ryder Teton, Win West, Izzy Crookshank, Bridget Anderson, Caleb Booth, please be to the holding area. Market Hamps Class 3, be making your way as well. Thank you.
Good start to our hamp drive. I'll be honest with you, there's a lot of different kinds and pieces in this particular drive. The barrow that wins the drive needs to be a little stronger up in his top line. Absolutely, I'm not going to argue that. The one thing that I will not sacrifice throughout today, though, never have, never will, is if they're not built right, if they can't use their feet and legs, and especially their honk properly, then they're not going to get up here to the top end of these particular classes. That barrow's got a problem there, but that is the truest, most genuine, most athletic and flexible hog in the drive, and yet he has a good neck set where it comes out of his shoulder. His length of neck and hip are extremely good. That's what allows him to handle that hind leg so good, strengthen that guy with top and time. That's the best one in this particular drive. Huge chest, big shoulder, big back in this one that's in 2, presented extremely well, just a little tucked up in his flank. And as we study him, he gets just a little disproportionate in the fact that he's a little thicker because he's so deep chested and so big shouldered, but he doesn't have that extra flank. We got to change his lines ever so slightly. I need to fix that one and tweak his comfort level in terms of how he drives from behind. But another extremely good barrow that ends up in 2, very fresh, extremely well presented. 3, 4, and 5, some slight differences to them. I love the chest shot. I love the shape and muscle that we've got here in 3. I just got to see her with a little more density and foot size and feature to her. I don't know that she sets quite as comfortable as we watch her drive from behind, but the front 2/3 are extremely good. I wish the barrow in 4th would bend his hock just a little better. I'd like to see him a little bendier, a little more athletic, a little more flexible, and give him just a stouter mug and stouter bone work. That's a big barreled hog, big caged hog. It's got plenty of product to him, just not as athletic and flexible. Hog that comes out down here in 5th, another one that we need to just tweak and fix her hind leg in her ever so slightly. She just a little shorter in terms of her step. Another one that probably just needs a little more skull, a little more bone work to her. Plenty of muscle, plenty of power, just got to make her more athletic. We come and move on down the line. Here's a barrow that certainly, as we study him in terms of one that's got some bone and got some feature to him, I don't see him being quite as fresh, quite as youthful in terms of his look and his presentation. Change him there ever so slightly. The barrow that comes out next, young lady, that's an interesting barrow. He's just simply not my kind. He's a little quicker, a little more mature, just a little more moderate in terms of his stature and framework. He does have a lot of things going that many like today in terms of body and shag and dimension. He just doesn't have enough muscle shape or true dimension. We've got to tweak the hind leg, fix this barrow from behind, fix him off in terms of his bone work, but still a nice hog that ends up down here in 8, 9, and 10. Tweak the hind legs on that hog that comes out here in 9. Barrow that ends up down here in 10. It's another one that we just got to change his design. He's a little rounder as I study him out here. Maybe just doesn't get out in pattern quite as well. Wants to get a little bulldoggy up front. Got to change him right there. Good class. Congrats.
First place, Ace Braden Vetter. Second, McCarty Dar. Third, Aubrey Kraft. Fourth, Leander Hansen. Fifth, Parker McKinney. Sixth, Ace Kyle. Seventh, Katie Rice. Eighth, Rutley Hansen. Ninth, Colder Cousins. 10th, Tate Bassett. Now entering the ring, Market Swine Hamps, Class 2, Patsy Graves, Colby Rich, Shane Rogers, Ryder Teton, Win West, Isabel Crookshank, Bridget Anderson, Caleb Booth. Class 3 Hamp Market Swine, please make your way to the holding area. Jacelia Kugler, Oakley Smith, Lily Weber, Bridger Cousins, Cassidy Orr, Dawson Bernard, Grady Hiller, Catherine Campbell. Please make your way to the holding area. By the way, the Wyoming Pork Producers Council is giving away a lot of money today, and I'll be getting a listing from them, I would assume, about how much money they're giving to what divisions and so on. But Wyoming Pork Producers Council, very big time sponsors. And our payouts this year, our top 5 payouts will surpass $4,000 thanks to these supporters: Showbiotics, ADM Animal Nutrition, Cooper's Specialty Feeds, K3 Show Feeds, Opportunity Genetics, Platte Valley Bank, Showright, Von Krozig Family, Wildcatter Wealth Management, Wyoming Hemp Company, University of Wyoming School of Pharmacy, Wyoming State Fair Foundation, and Pronghorn H2. Thank you for making this year's top 5 payouts our biggest yet, surpassing $4,000.
Well, unlike the first class that had lots and lots of different pieces, this middleweight class is one that comes together pretty well. Is there a perfect one? No. Everything out here has a thing or two we'd change on each of them. But certainly I think the best bodied one, the best built one, the squarest, most proportional, and the most athletic one is the one that wins the class. Never once did I say she was the biggest footed. Never once did I say she was the biggest forearm or the densest hog in the drive. And that's where I'd change her from her skull shape clear down into her foot size and her forearm. But the thing still gets out and goes. She tracks extremely well. She's presented exceptionally good. Young lady does an excellent job. I love her shape, love her muscle, love her body, love her squareness. That's a pretty practical place to start. Barrow in 2, probably just a little more rugged, a little stouter in terms of his general makeup. At the same time, I don't see him reading quite as fresh. I don't read him quite as shapely as we study him comparative to the hog that wins, nor is he as correct as we study him out of his rump. But that is a hog that has a little extra feature to him, very productive in terms of his look. Nice kind of barrow. I just wish I could put a different design on him for me. Didn't know what to do with this monster when he came in the arena, so we kind of let him drive for a little while. I wanted to re-drive him to see where he needs to end up. We will probably not see, and if we do, then kudos to us. We'll probably not see a bigger mug, a meaner looking hog that's got more feature and foot size than that barrow does throughout the day. But he's still got to have more shape. We got to make him a little more attractive up front, give him more expression throughout. No doubt about it. I love bells and whistles as much as anybody else, but we've still got to keep things that are trendy and popular where they belong. Don't make them the biggest and the first priority. Hog that comes out 4th, 5th, same way. Hogs that are presented to the 9s and look extremely good. I love this hog coming at you. I love the shape that he has down his top. He has my kind of look, design, and presentation. There's just not enough of him in terms of his center rib and skeleton. I don't know that he's quite as secure in terms of how he plants. I changed the set of that one's hind leg ever so slightly, but another nice hog in 4. Much of the same thing can be said here in 5. That hog just has got to have more rear flank to him, more spread, more middle, more body. We've got to change those lines in him, and then I've got to see him more secure in terms of how he drives from behind. Extremely well presented. The young lady does a nice job. Plenty of muscle in this crinkle-eared barrow. Get right in behind him. He wants to bow and twist a little more at his hind leg. Maybe doesn't get out and move quite as flexible. He's another one that we could change him, stouten him in his skull and his feature, much the same way here as we get into this hog. Just a little rounder in terms of his general makeup. I didn't see him being quite as true and square from behind, and probably just a little too extreme in the barrow that ends up here in 8th. We got to take a little bit of that muscle out, moderate him, and just make him sounder and better design.
First place, Isabel Crookshank. Second, Caleb Booth. Third, Shane Rogers. Shane Rogers. Fourth, Colby Rich. Fifth, Win West. Sixth, Patsy Graves. Seventh, Ryder Teton. Eighth, Bridget Anderson. Now entering the ring, Market Swine Hamps, Class 3. Jaycelia Kugler, Oakley Smith, Lily Weber, Bridger Cousins, Cassidy Orr, Dawson Bernard, Grady Hiller, Catherine Campbell. Spotteds, get it on your mind. There's 2 classes of spotteds that will immediately follow these hamps. 2 classes of spotteds after the hamps.
Another really nice Hampshire class, and a young lady wins this class pretty easily for me. And as we get her out here and just watch that thing go in proportion, she's athletic, she's true, she's square, she's a meat hog that's got look and design and balance. She is the hardest one to punch a hole in here. She's good and clean through her lower body, square and true, coming and going. Lots of shape working throughout. Awesome look and presence. Nice place to land. Bear that ends up in 2. Yeah, I'd like to clean him up down there in his sheath and his rear flank ever so slightly and stouten him up in terms of his forearm and down into his rear ankle. That's a really good bodied hog. I love his lines. He's parallel as we study him, both top and bottom, and yet reads with good muscular shape down his top. He handles that hip and hind leg extremely good. You give that thing just a little more density, a little more feature to him, clear throughout. That one might be able to run with that bear, or the gilt that wins. That's the best design, best skeleton pair of hogs, and that's why they're going to get up here in the top end. 3 comes out as one that's got tremendous spread down his top. The front 2/3 of this hog are really intriguing. His skull matches his shoulder and his rib and his body. Tremendous spread down his top. It's out of his hip where I'd like to change him, lengthen his rump, change the set and shape to his hind leg, and square that thing up as he goes right away from you. I don't see him tracking with quite the rear punch as what he's got up through the front 2/3, but the young man's got an extremely good barrow. Hit a very good heavyweight class. Congratulations. I know the barrow coming at us is not wide enough chested, and he's not wide enough going away. You make them like that from a side view, that kind of head and neck carriage, that kind of foot and forearm feature and body and design, we're going to play all day long. It's as he comes and goes that drops him down into 4th. Young lady, you've got a really good one, though, that's got lots of quality to him. 5 is one that we like in terms of body and dimension and just general design. Get right in behind him, though. Got to shape him up, got to widen him as he goes away from you, make him more flexible from behind. Here's a gilt, and I've talked to these young people as we go through these classes. We'll probably try to talk our top 5, and I'll visit with the rest of them as we put them in. A good heavyweight class, my congratulations.
Thank you, sir. First place, Cassidy Orr. Second, Grady Hiller. Third, Bridger Cousins. Fourth, Oakley Smith. Fifth, Jacelia Kugler. Sixth, Dawson Bernard. Seventh, Catherine Campbell. So now we're ready to pick the champion hamp. Out of Class 1, we have Braden Vetter in first. McCarty Dar in second. Out of Class 2, Izzy Cruikshank in first. Caleb Booth in second, and out of Class 3, Cassidy Orr in first, Grady Hiller in second.
Man, I like these 3, and as we've gone through the day, it just seems like each breed has gotten a little better all along, and I think this is an excellent trio out here. And I know the lightweight barrows got some that say, well, that thing's too easy in its top. Well, part of it is if you get a head's hog too high, that's going to happen. I think the young man could just relax him a little bit, but he's wanting to fight him a little bit. That is just an absolutely good fundamental built one that's got tremendous good to him. He'll get better as he gets older with time. That middleweight gilt, tremendous silhouette, great bodied hog. Does she need more skull and jaw and feature to her? Yeah, that's where I'd change her. Maybe not perfect as she goes away. She's wanting to bow ever so slightly, but one that's got a tremendous amount of good. Heavyweight gilt is one that's got bone and feature and build, design, skeleton, muscle power. She has the most of all of these. She'll be your champion hamp. Congratulations. I do think it gets a little closer in here for reserve. We drop in this second place heavyweight bear, and I told you I just clean him a little more right down low, but that thing's got a tremendous spread up high. Good bodied hog. It still has a good hip and a hind leg in him and gets out and goes extremely well. I think it is extremely close. Just more things we change on the other two. I do like that second place heavyweight bear. He'll be a reserve champion, Hamp. Congratulations.
Sometimes your dreams just can't wait any longer. You need your home to open new doors, your money to work harder.
Your
You
champion
need a
Hamp
new kind
goes
of
to
freedom,
Cassidy Orr with a
the
big
chance
win
to help a loved one
285.
leave the nest.
Reserve Grady
At First
Hiller with a
Interstate
big win
Bank, we understand the
292.
importance of these dreams, and we can help you realize them. First Interstate
First and
Bank.
seconds out of each
Built for
division,
you.
by the way, have to weigh back. First and seconds have to weigh back. Thank you. You're out of each division. Now we're in spotted, Class 1, Chloe Owsley, Afton McIntosh, Isabel Cruikshank, Kinsley Nussbaum, Peyton Helton is Class 1 spotted. Class 2 spotted, please also be ready. Katie Kugler, Jade Davis, Traley Foland, MJ Hughes, McCray Dar. So all breed champions today from the Wyoming Pork Producers Council will be receiving $100 and reserves $50. The champion overall will receive $300 from the pork producers and reserve overall $200. In last night's show, the champion received $200, and that would be the Wyoming bred and fed. The champion received $200, the reserve received $100. The champion overall gilt yesterday received $750, and the reserve overall gilt received $500. This is all from the Wyoming Pork Producers Council, who also sponsored the really nice cap that I'm wearing today.
Good lightweight spotted class to work through. I'm going to use the smaller gilt down here the young lady has, and And granted, she wants to get just a little pigeon-toed and out in her elbow when she comes at you. Ultimately, though, I think the longer we drive this particular set, she handles her hind leg better. That thing's got a tremendous back working in her. Great rib and body and dimension. I think a lot of positives in that particular gilt. Young lady down here in the neon colored shirt's going to end up in 2. That's a really good one. She hit me extremely hard when she came in. The longer she wants to drive, becomes a bit of a knucklehead. She's tighter up in her top line and spine. Wants to swivel just a little different out of her hip and her hind leg, but certainly one that's got lots of good, intriguing pieces to her. A very sound, practical, flexible kind of barra here. In the crinkle-eared barra, he's just a little more refined. He too just needs to have more bulk and spread and true shape to him, but still another hog that's very nice in his own right. Young lady in the green, if you go ahead and let out, a very sound, athletic kind of barra. I love his flexibility, freedom of movement. We've got to stouten him up in his bone work and just give him a shot more true muscle throughout, but still a nice hog. And the barra that ends up in 5th, just a little too much for me. Wants to get a little more extreme, not quite as easy in his movements, tightening up just a little bit. Plenty of muscle and product. We've just got to make him sounder.
First place, Isabel Cruikshank. Second, Kinsley Nussbaum. Third, Chloe Owsley. Fourth, Afton McIntosh. Fifth, Peyton Helton. Now we're in spotted class 2. Katie Kugler, Jade Davis, Traley Foland, MJ Hughes, McCrae Dar. Yorkshire's class 1 and 2. Please be making your way to the holding area. York's class 1 is Win West, Jacob Choma, Tinley Miller, Addison Perkins, Presley Laribas. Please be making your way to the holding area.
Good heavyweight class. The young lady here in the red bow and her shirt is going to be our class winner, and I just think that's a pretty logical place to start with that young lady's barra. He's big and stout and rugged, plenty of power, handles himself feet and leg wise exceptionally good. We could drop his rear flank in him ever so slightly and just freshen him a bit in there in his rear flank, but I think that's a pretty practical place to start. Congratulations to that young lady in the white shirt for winning first. Second place is going to be the young man right here. I like this gilt extremely well too. Kind of the flighty-eared gilt that gets out and moves extremely good. She's very sound and good in her design. Tremendous feet and legs. Maybe just a little plain in terms of her shape. A little flatter as we study her in terms of her rib. Not as attractive out front, but still a very, very good hog that ends up in 2. Third place will be the young man here in the pink shirt. That's a big extended kind of gilt that's athletic and flexible. I love her length of body. Just a little tucked and hollow in her rear flank. I think she gets outside just a little bit. Doesn't set quite as true from behind, but certainly one that you like the shape and muscle and expression that she's got. A very good hog that ends up in 3. Good barrow that ends up in 4th. We've just got to make him a little fresher, make him a little more shapely. He's good in terms of his design. You like his bone work extremely well. I just think he needs to have more true expression throughout. And then we get into the gilt that ends up down here in 5th. Plenty of bone and boldness and power and dimension to her. Wants to hook a little different through her ham loin and just a little coarser in her general makeup. Good class of heavies. My congratulations.
First place goes to M.J. Hughes. Second, Katie Kugler. Third, McCrae Dar. Fourth, Jade Davis. Fifth, Traley Foland. We'll now pick the champion spotted out of Class 1. We have Izzy Cruikshank and Kinsley Nussbaum, and out of Class 2, M.J. Hughes and Katie Kugler. Yorks, please be making your way to the holding area. Out of Class 1, Win West, Jacob Choma, Tinley Miller, Addison Perkins, Presley Laribas. And York's Class 2, Haley Adams, Isabel Cruikshank, McCarty Dar, Aubrey Kraft, Kinsey Jones. Please make your way to the holding area. Light bred crossweights, light crossbreds, please get them fired up. Because we're rolling, rolling, rolling.
Good spot drive. Lots of quality here for very good representatives in this particular drive. As we study between this pair of class winners, I see similarities in terms of boldness and shape and muscle and power, differences in terms of extension on both ends and how they want to set and comfort level probably is what it comes down to. Take nothing away from our seconds. It's certainly got some good pieces to them, but I do think our 2 class winners are the pair that have just a little more heat. I like the heavyweight barrow the young lady has here in the white shirt to be our champion. I just think more comfortable the way he's setting and squares up from behind. Our lightweight gilt will be reserved, wanting to pound them just a little harder the longer we go, but certainly one that's got great muscle and shape. A good pair of second place hogs also. Congratulations in our spot division.
Your champion spotted goes to M.J. Hughes. Reserve, Isabel Cruikshank, receiving the $100 and the $50 from the Wyoming Pork Producers Council. Now we're ready to start Yorkshires. Market Swine Class 1, Win West, Jacob Choma, Tinley Miller, Addison Perkins, Presley Laribas. Please be ready in the ring. And then York's Class 2, be in the holding area. Haley Adams, Isabel Cruikshank, McCarty Dar, Aubrey Kraft, Kinsey Jones. Remember that the champions and reserves need to weigh back, and hopefully we have somebody back there to weigh them back. We'll get on that. Hint, hint. Yeah, someone needs to be back there to weigh them back.
We both got pulled in there, so we'll get back there.
Okay. All right, we got somebody coming.
Good start to our Yorkshire drive, a lightweight class that's got some quality, and our class winner here has decided to be not a show pig right now, but that's a very good hog. He does need a little better look out in front of his blade. That's where I'd change him. But fundamentally, from a feet and leg standpoint, build, skeleton, productive look, and still having some dimension, that's the best hog in the drive. The bear that ends up in 2 over here, the young lady in the striped shirt he does have a little more look out in front of his blade, height the shoulder in that hog. He's just not quite as fresh. I don't see him being as correct in terms of how he sets out of his hip or how he sets on his hind leg, but that's certainly an interesting bear that ends up in 2. Young man here in blue shirt will end up in 3, and a bold, powerful, stout-made hog that's got plenty of muscle shape. She's just a little shorter as we study her on both ends. I've got to correct in terms of how she sets and drives from behind, make her more athletic in terms of her flexibility and skeleton to get her up any higher. Young lady in the white shirt will end up in 4th. There's another one. You like her length of body and extension. Watch her come at you, just too narrow, right down low, not enough spread, and just not enough true shape. The young lady does an awesome job of showing that ends up here in 5th. Bear's got great presence out in front of his blade. He's a little rounder in his rump. That thing just needs to have more spread throughout. Got to strengthen him up on his pasterns ever so slightly also. Good lightweight class.
First place, Presley Laribas. Second, Addison Perkins. Third, Jacob Choma. Fourth, Tinley Miller. Fifth, Win West. Now we have York Market Swine Class 2. Haley Adams, Isabel Crookshank, McCarty Dar, Aubrey Kraft, Kinsey Jones. Bring them in. Light Crossbred Market Swine Class 1. Please be making your way to the holding area. Cale Jocelyn, Aubrey Kraft, Renaka Lohoff, Mac McCumber, Jade Davis, Drew Hiller, Keegan Gieswine, Liberty Cook, Luke Ogden, Brinley Anderson.
heavyweight class that certainly has some challenge, plenty of differences to them. I'm going to go ahead and use our blue-eyed gilt that's got some sunspots on her here to win the class. I just think that's the best designed one, the best bodied one that still has muscle and shape. Her angle's really good. Could we stouten her up in terms of density and bone work? Absolutely. But in terms of a fresh, productive kind of hog that's got good muscle shape, good body composition, needs to win. Tall, extended, beautiful profiling gilt that ends up there in 2. Tweak her at her hock ever so slightly and just freshen her up. But I think her angles and her joints and her skeleton read extremely good. Bear that ends up in 3rd. It's got some interesting pieces, big spread up high, muscular from blade to hip. I just got to change that thing in terms of his skull, his feature. Really got to change his hind leg, fix him down in his ankle and make him sounder, just lengthen him on both ends. Good bodied hog, good ribbed hog that's got plenty of spread and presented extremely well. Hog that ends up in 4th is one that you like in terms of length and design, productive in terms of her look. That thing's just a little shorter step and a little flatter from Indian.
First place, Haley Adams. Second, Aubrey Kraft. Third, Izzy Cruikshank. Fourth, Kinsey Jones. Now we'll pick the champion. York out of Class 1, we have Presley Laribas. Addison Perkins. Out of Class 2, Haley Adams, Aubrey Kraft.
Nice Yorkshire drive. Again, 4 very good representatives to represent the Yorkshire Breed Show. I do think there's one that wins pretty logically. The young lady's lightweight bearer here in the pink shirt. I told you he needs a little more presence out in front of his blade. That thing is sound and good built and practical. Great bodied, great spread working down his top. We get into that second place hog in that class. Got to make that one just a little fresher and fix him on his hind leg. We get our heavyweight hog is certainly productive and good bodied and great muscle shape. Stouten her up, but I think that's the next best one. Heavyweight class winner will be our reserve. Congratulations.
Your champion goes to Presley Laribas, reserve Haley Adams. I've been asked to announce that we are going to take a 15-minute break, and then we'll go right into the light crossbreds. So I'm sorry I called that class to the holding area so quickly, but just kind of let them relax there. And we're going to take a 15-minute break. So by my watch, that means we will resume at 10:25.
Sometimes your dreams just can't wait any longer. You need your home to open new doors, your money to work harder. You need a new kind of freedom, or the chance to help a loved one leave the nest. At First Interstate Bank, we understand the importance of these dreams, and we can help you realize them. First Interstate Bank. Built for you.
All right, we're ready to fire up and get going again with the light crossbreds. These are light crossbreds weighing from 225 to 253. Cale Jocelyn, Aubrey Kraft, Reneka Lohoff, Mac McCumber, Jade Davis, Drew Hiller, Keegan Gieswine, Liberty Cook, Luke Ogden, Brinley Anderson. Bring them in. Light crosses class 2, please be in the holding area. Patsy Graves, Nora Jocelyn, Kale Jocelyn, Cassidy Orr, Trevor Jolovich, Peyton Teaton, Jolia Mowers, McCrae Dar, Broden Flores, please be in the holding area. Thank you.
Super way to start our light cross division. This young man was the first in the ring, and I think he knew that he had a good one and wanted me to see her. I think she wins the class pretty easily. She is square, she is sound, functional, very, very shapely as we study her from Indiana. I love her running gear and athleticism. I think that's a very good one to start this lightweight class with. Second one that comes in here in our class was a late entry, so we had to redrive just a little farther to get her where she belonged. She's a little tighter out of her hip, and that's where I'd like to change her, especially in comparison to that one that wins, and just give her a little more bone and soften her up. But I love her look. I love her shape down her top. Young lady does a very nice job. Young man that comes out here in third, that's an awesome profiling, Gil. I love her when she gets her head up and you study her from a side view. Her design is impeccable from a side view. You get right in behind her. I just don't know that she's quite as wide out of her upper hip, nor does she have that extra shape down low. I'd like to see her bend that hind leg just a little better. We get into fourth, and here's a productive kind of hog, one that's got plenty of bone and feature and body. He needs to have more shape. He needs to be a little more attractive. He looks a little older up through his front end. I'd like to freshen him up, make him a little more youthful, and just a little more athletic as we get him on the go, if you will. We come out of 5 then, another one that's designed good, just not quite as fresh and not quite as unique in terms of how she's made. And again, I talked to our other showmen here to round the class out with, got to be a little sounder, just got to move a little better, maybe they need a little more to them. Good start to our light crosses, my congratulations.
First place, Luke Ogden. Second, Aubrey Kraft. Third, Drew Hiller. Fourth, Keegan Gieswine. Fifth, Mac McCumber. Sixth, Renaka Lohoff. Seventh, Jade Davis. Eighth, Brinley Anderson. Ninth, Liberty Cook. 10th, Kale Jocelyn. Now entering the ring, light crossbreds class 2, 9 head in this class, ranging in weight from 254 to 271. Light crossbred class 3, please be making your way to the holding area. Bentley Malone, Gavin Gorzalka, McCarty Darr, Emma Glanz, Shane Rogers, James Schaefer, Danny McDonald, Quentin Bieri, Caleb Booth. Please be making your way to the holding area.
Well, if these cross classes stay like this, it's going to be an extremely fun late morning and early afternoon. This pair's good. You can do some different things with them, and I'm not going to argue with you. The one that is not, that is the least holes in him is this dark blue bear over here. Young man does a tremendous job of getting that thing profiling. And I'm going to tell you right now, folks, if you just step back and study him from a side view, and that young man lets that thing go across the arena, he's athletic, he's sound, he's functional, he's practical. Is he as heavy muscle as the bear in second? No, I'm not going to tell you that he is. Is there enough muscle in that thing? Absolutely. That is the true, square, fundamental thing that's better on his feet and legs, gives you a tremendous look, and I just think blends and balances together a nickel better than the bear in two. The Barrow in 2's the meat and potatoes hogs. He's got more power to him. Extremely big upper hip in that rascal. I love his features and his indicators. His skull, his jawline, his forearm, everything reads, and he blends and matches extremely good also. Start to tweak him and tear him apart a little bit in comparison to the other hog. Little pigeon-toed, little flatter on his front feet, got a little swelling back there in that rear lymph node, and we could tweak him ever so slightly on that hind leg. But man, that thing's body and shag and density and power, second to none. Again, an excellent pair. Red belted barrow that comes in third, another one that's just not messed up. He's got tremendous shape, he's got tremendous expression. He's just a little frailer though as we study him throughout. I've got to stouten him up in his bone work, tweak him ever so slightly as we study him off of his hind leg and just give him more feature throughout. The barrow that comes in fourth, I thought we'd get him a little higher. I just don't see enough to him. A little cresty and plain out in front of his blade. He does have a good top shape in him, but he tightens up a little bit in his top line. He doesn't have enough down in the seat of his britches, not quite enough power. I told the young lady here we'd give him a shot to redrive. He just needs to be bigger in his skeleton. Honestly, I think if we wouldn't have filled him quite so full, draw a little bit of that middle off, that gives him a totally different impression. Again, we've talked 6 through 10. Congratulations, great class.
First place, Broden Flores. Second place, McCrae Dar. Third, Peyton Teaton. Fourth, Cassidy Orr. Fifth, Jalea Mowers. Sixth, Patsy Graves. Seventh, Trevor Jolovich. Eighth, Nora Jocelyn. Ninth, Cale Jocelyn. Now we are at light cross weight class 3. These range in weight from 277 to 287. We have Bentley Malone, Gavin Gorzalka, McCarty Dar, Emma Glanz, Shane Rogers, James Schaefer, Danny McDonald, Quentin Bieri, Caleb Booth. 9 swine in this class. Class 4 should get to the holding area. Isabel Crookshank, Desmond Morrill, James Schaefer, Dawson Bernard, Riley West, Peyton Helton, MJ Hughes, Carter Mowers. Please get to the holding area.
Well, we could probably sit and argue a few things in this class, but if we don't agree on the outside and agree with me on our class winner, then we probably don't see hogs the same and probably don't need to be friends. I just think as you study that one in terms of her build and her balance and the muscle and shape that she's got, young lady does a tremendous job of presenting her. She combines this pair of hogs in 2 and 3 very simply in this particular class winning status. Yeah, she's a little flatter on her front feet. I'm not going to argue that, but as we watch her get out and go, that thing takes a very comfortable stride. She's extremely balanced, and I love her look and her balance. 2 and 3 are close, and they're different hogs. The Barrow in 2 goes there because he's simply fresher, he's bigger centered, he's bigger bodied, and he's more opened up for me and DM. I don't know that his head and his skull and his crest fit his rib and his body quite as well. I think he needs to be that much longer out of his rump, and I'd like to make him wider out of his pin set to give him more shape right down in low. That Barrow from his blade to his hooks, as good as anything in this drive. I just wish the other 2 ends of him matched him from that proportion. From a side view, there's no question the Gildan or the Barrow in 3rd is the most like the one that wins. If that thing's got just more spread up high, better rib shape to him, and just a nickel fresher, he goes 2nd because he's made more like the one that wins. I thought the Barrow in 2 was fresher and better presented than what we've got in 3. That's just a little wrung out, a little dry in his presentation. Hoggett comes out here in 4th. You can see he's starting to struggle just a little more up on his front feet. Another one that I don't read being quite as youthful in terms of his general makeup. I've got to make him sounder. I've got to spread him more coming out of his shoulder into his top and forearm. That Barrow has a tremendous hip, plenty of power from behind. If that thing's a little more comfortable up front and just a nickel fresher, then he plays a little harder in this deal. The dark blue belt that rounds out our top 5, there's another one that you like for his productivity, his dimension. Young man's did a really good job with skin and hair on this hog. He's just a little plainer out in front of his blade. I don't know that he's got quite the shape, and again, we'd make him a little more flexible. Again, we talked 6 through 9 or 10 on down through the line. Another excellent class. Kudos to all.
First place, McCarty Dar. 2nd, Bentley Malone. 3rd, Caleb Booth. 4th, James Schaefer. 5th, Shane Rogers. 6th, Gavin Gorzalka. 7th, Quentin Bieri. 8th, Emma Glanz. 9th, Danny McDonald. Now in the ring, light crossweight, market swine class 4. These range in weight from 288 to 306. Isabel Crookshank, Desmond Morrill, James Schaefer, Dawson Bernard, Riley West, Peyton Helton, MJ Hughes, Carter Mowers. Bring them in.
sometimes every class requires you to work them just a little differently, and we kind of went the opposite way here. Threw our class winner in immediately, redrove for a little bit, and then redrove. But let's let that Blue Beast out. I just think as we study this heavy class, that thing kind of wins for fun in this particular drive, and it's going to be an awfully nice set of these blues to bring back. But young man does a tremendous job, and that barrow's on point and extremely good. He's just flawless in terms of how he's made. Maybe it's a color deal or whatever it might be, but if you want to change him right there from his neck, the way it ties into his shoulder, you could change him there and lift him a bit there. It might be the fact that maybe his back's just so big. I just think that thing has incredible pieces to him. I've always in all my life been one that's incredibly proud of the fact that I'm not going to use one that's not good from a feet and leg standpoint. This barrow has all the bells and whistles that you want to throw onto one, but yet his feet and legs are absolutely impeccable. Easy place to start this drive. Congratulations. Barrow that comes out here in 2. Man, you hit a buzzsaw of a class to fall in, and this barrow's no slouch himself. That thing's unique look up through his front end and his head and neck carriage, the muscle shape down his top, the rib shape, the spread. It's hard to keep a white one that fresh, and that barrow's extremely good. He's a hind leg away from being extremely good in terms of how he plants and sets. We change him there. That's another very good one that ends up in 2. Young lady that ends up in 3. From a side view, this one can play hardball all day long. I like his extension. I like how his neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. I love his design, his extension on both ends. I just read this one a little past 12 o'clock, not quite as youthful and fresh up through his front end and then down into his chest. Tweak his hind leg ever so slightly, but from a side view, that one plays really, really hard. Barrow that ends up in 4th, another good bodied hoe, another one that's got plenty of bone and feature to him. He's another one that I've just got to tweak him on his pasterns, make that thing more flexible, make his hind leg just a little bendier than what it is, but another very good barrow in 4th. And the barrow that rounds out here in 5th, and again, we talked on down 6 through 8. No slouch in his own right. From a side view, that thing's extremely good. When you watch these things come out of the pens, that's where he starts to dig himself a hole. Needs to be wider chested, spread him apart a little wider, but a good barrow to end up in 5.
First place, Riley West. Second place, Isabel Cruikshank. Third place, M.J. Hughes. Fourth, James Schaefer. Fifth, Dawson Bernard. Sixth, Peyton Helton. Seventh, Desmond Morrill. Eighth, Carter Mowers. We're now ready to pick the light crossbred champion in reserve. Out of Class 1, we have Luke Ogden and Aubrey Kraft. Out of Class 2, Broden Flores and McCrae Dar. Out of Class 3, McCarty Dar and Caleb Bentley Malone, excuse me. And out of Class 4, Riley West, Isabel Cruikshank. Once again, the division champions receive $100 and reserve $50 from the just bring the first placers in, please. Just the first placers.
Well, all four of these class winners in our light cross division are simply put my kind of hogs. For some of you, maybe there's not enough muscle in a couple of them, and that's good and fine. I do think it's good that we all have different tastes and different kinds that we like, but I do think bottom line is if we're going to get back to making more of them that are good and practical and look like this in our Grand Drive lineups, we've got to continue to focus from a feet and leg standpoint and build standpoint, and that's what all four of these are. And I know it's a market show, but man, if you've got the most tricked out one that's got the most hair, the most shag, the shortest back, whatever you want to say, and all those tricked out terms, if he can't walk, he doesn't stand a flip. And I think these hogs are tricked out enough for me because they've got some extras to them, but yet their fundamentals are so good. I'm not a very good poker player. I probably played my hand already. Young man's heavyweight's your champion light cross. She drops in that second place hog, and man, what a buzzsaw she hit in class. And I think the top 2/3 of this hog are extremely good. I've got to change his hind leg shape and set ever so slightly. This lightweight gilt probably just doesn't give you enough presence, but man, if I'm wanting to take one home and make a mama and make the next generation really good, I think that one can do it. Same way with this other blue gilt that wins the class. She's being a bit of a knucklehead out here, but man, she's got a killer look and pieces to her, designed extremely good. Again, just fix her on feet and toes and freshen her ever so slightly right down low. There's another one I think follows the mold of our champion really well. Your class 2 dark blue bar. The young man drives, that's your reserve light cross.
Riley West exhibits the champion light crossbred market swine. Riley West and reserve Broden Flores. The champion weighed 296 and the reserve weighed 271. We're now ready to start dark crosses. Dark cross class 1, there's 18 head between 225 and 230. Kinley, Bitten, Caitlin Long, Mac McCumber, Brady McKinney, Peyton Monroe, Kelly Phillips, Blair Sanchez, Rhea Stockwell, Danica Woodward, Parker Hewley, Fletcher Hansen, Oakley Smith, Lila Terrell, Aspen Evans, Sawyer Ingdahl, Brady McKinney, Lily Weber. Bring them in, please. Dark crossbreds, lightweight, class 1, 225 to 230 pounds. Class 2, please report to the holding area. Trey Bowder, Charlotte Anderson, Michaela Curlis, Rutley Hanson, Tate Olmstead. Win West, Regan Allen, Leander Hanson, Parker McKinney, Blair Sanchez, McKinley Donahue, Kelly Phillips, Peyton Ramza, Peyton Helton, Isabel Cruikshank, Desmond Morrill, Levi Peldo, Lily Weber. Please report to the holding area.
So every 3 we're doing a division. So lightweight division, then 3 classes of mediums.
So in the dark crossbreds, there will be a lightweight division champion, a medium weight division champion, and a heavyweight division champion. So
Well, a big class in this first class of dark crosses, but a really good one. And yet at the same time, I do think there's one that wins pretty handily out here. The young lady in the black shirt's driving, much like we talked about in our Hampshire drive, just kind of one that's a no holes kind of hoe. Yeah, you'd like to see him a little longer in his neck, a little longer out of his rump, but there has to be a winner in every class, and this barrow was molded and cut out to be a lightweight class winner, and that's exactly what he looks like. He's square, he's fundamental, he's very good from a feet and leg standpoint, he's got good shape. He kind of wins this class pretty easily. They make a nice pair. Congratulations. Wide belted barrow here in second hasn't figured out that he wants to be a show pig yet. Not quite as comfortable out here, but when you really start to study him, that thing's just, again, another one that's not messed up anywhere. He's longer necked, he's longer hipped than the barrow that wins the class, but you get right up on top of him. He's not pried apart quite as wide, and certainly we'd like to freshen him up ever so slightly, but I think that's the next best one in this class that needs to go too. Congratulations to her. Young lady here with the wide belted barrow in third. I surprised her a little bit when I threw her over to a pin. I remembered the hog when he walked in, kind of hit a lull. Well, okay, let's go ahead and send him across. I know he's not perfect from his hip back. That's where I'd like to change him. But from his front 2/3, reminds me the most of the barrow that wins the class. But again, I've got to blend him a little better through his loin hip, make him longer rump, and allow him to push that hind leg back behind his tail root. But the front 2/3 in that thing are rock star good. Barrow that comes out in fourth. I told this young man when he was coming out, I wish this thing was as wide chested when he comes right at you and right down low as what he is up high. That thing is a monster coming out of his blade, down his top and out of his hip. He just does not maintain those same proportions down low. He's just a little rounder as we study him on both ends, but a muscle hog, power hog, all the dimension that he wants to have from end to end. Another gilt that comes out here in fifth, and I love her kind. She's destined to be a better hog in 60 pounds. She doesn't have enough muscle and enough power and width right out of her upper hip and back in behind her today to compete. But Mercy, you get some more power in that particular hog. Her length, her extension, her skeleton, her flexibility, second to none. And one that rounds out our top six here, and again, I talked on down through the line, and the rest of the young people that went on out. I know that one is dense and shaggy and all those different things, but bottom line is he's pigeon-toed. He's wanting to bow his hind leg a little bit. He looks like a smaller growing kind of hog that's not quite as unique in terms of his makeup, but certainly one that I think has some intrigue in terms of rib and body and power. Good start to our dark crosses. Congratulate them, if you will.
First place, Rhea Stockwell. Second, Danica Woodward. Third, Peyton Monroe. Fourth, Brady McKinney. Fifth, Oakley Smith. Sixth, Blair Sanchez. Seventh, Brady McKinney. Eighth, Fletcher Hansen. Ninth, Parker Hewley. And 10th, Sawyer Ingdahl. Now entering the ring, Dark Crossbreds Class 2, Trey Bowder, Charlotte Anderson, Michaela Curlis, Rutley Hansen, Tate Olmstead, Wynn West, Regan Allen, Leander Hansen, Parker McKinney, Blair Sanchez, McKinley Donahue, Kelly Phillips, Peyton Ramza, Peyton Helton, Isabel Cruikshank, Desmond Morrill, Levi Peldo, Lily Weber. Brady McKinney, will you please come to the announcer's stand? Brady McKinney. Class 3, please make your way to the holding area. Class 3, Cassidy Orr, Cash Persifield, Tinley Barnes, Patsy Graves, Grady Hughes, Renica Lauhoff, Lacey Anderson, Trey Bowder, Haley Cooper, Coulter Cousins, Hayden Hubbard, Tate Olmstead, Peyton Ramza, Taylor Cushman, Jenna Fries, and Aspen Berry. That's Class 3. Please report.
Okay, class 1.
Seventh was the 225, and fourth was the 230.
I think here's a perfect example as we get into these bigger crossbred classes. I really don't care whether you're the first hog in the ring or the last hog in the ring. We'll keep as many as we got to keep, and if we got to redrive them, we're going to redrive till we get them where they belong. And I'm pretty sure we've got the first hog in the ring and maybe the last hog in the ring out here in our top two, but we get them back out together and keep driving them, sorting through them, keeping our ring organized, and we get it figured out. This black-headed bear, I'll be the first to admit, I'd lengthen his rump ever so slightly on him, but I think the front 2/3 of that thing are absolutely impeccable. His skull shape, where his head and neck set at the top of his shoulder, the way that barrow moves, he takes a long stride. Is he as athletic maybe as the gilt that goes in two in terms of his pace and tempo? Maybe not, but he stays true and square. I see there being more genuine meat hog in this particular hog in terms of his foot size, his form, and just his feature. I think he's truly a bigger skeleton hog that has more dimension to him. Young man, congratulations. Long drive, good hog, congratulations. Make a good pair. Calico Gilt hit me like a hammer when she came in the ring, and I think this pair, the longer we drive them, become close. There's a lot of things in this thing that are really unique. Her design's good. Her presence in front of her blade in terms of sleek, athletic look is probably a nickel better than the barrow that wins. You watch her drive. She wants to set that hind leg just a little farther outside. I don't think she's quite as comfortable. I worry long term, how big is this gilt ever going to get? She reads to me as, again, another extremely good lightweight. I don't see her being as big in her ankles and her forearm as the barrow that wins, but an extremely well-presented hog. Excellent gilt that goes too. Barrow in 3 had to drive him just a little bit longer, starting to wear down. He's not quite as slick looking through his front end, but undoubtedly it's the way he drives off of his hind leg that becomes his problem. A big rib cage in that hog, plenty of power. This young lady's drove a lot of hogs today and did an extremely good job. That might be one of the better ones she's drove. Congratulations to her. Good hog that ends up down here in 4th. And another one that we drove just a little bit longer. I like this bear extremely well. I just wished he had a stouter skull, a stouter forearm, and more bone to match the power of the design. That thing's design and skeleton as good as anything in the drive. He's sound, he's flexible, but he's just a sissy, if you want to say that. Probably the easiest way to describe him in terms of his bone work and his skeleton. The young lady does an awesome job. That's a very good bear. I wish he looked more like a man out here to play with those up there in front of him. Gilt that comes out in 5th from her rear flank forward. She's a player. She's too short in her rump, and that hind leg just sorts her down into this particular slot. Great presence, tremendous job showing her. Good first look when she came in the ring. Hog that ends up here in 6th, and again, we've talked on down through the line here. Just a little crestier over his neck. One to me that just doesn't have enough muscle right down in the lower seat of his britches. Another very good class. I like that barrow really well. Congratulations to each of them.
First place, Tate Olmsted. Second, Isabel Crickshank. Third, Peyton Helton. Fourth, Blair Sanchez. 5, Regan Allen. 6, Win West. 7th, Charlotte Anderson. 8th, Parker McKinney. 9th, Rutley Hansen. 10th, Levi Peldo. Now we're at Dark Crossbred Class 3. And after this class, we will pick the Dark Crossbred Lightweight Champion. Lightweight Class 3, Cassidy Orr, Cash Percyfield, Tinley Barnes, Patsy Graves, Grady Hughes, Renaka Lohoff, Lacey Anderson, Trey Bowder, Haley Cooper, Kohler Cousins, Hayden Hubbard, Tate Olmsted, Peyton Ramza, Taylor Cushman, Jenna Fries, Aspen Berry.
Well, if we're pinning too many off the bat and getting them over here, and some of you don't like that, I apologize. I just like to keep everything organized. I'd rather redrive them quickly. I don't ever want to redrive a hog too long or make them have to set out here. That's kind of the way we're doing what we're doing. I'll admit to you, this top pair of barrows are as different as day and night. You set out here, you do bring 10 judges, 5 are going to use one, 5 are going to use the other one. I know that the barrow that wins the drive needs to have a little stouter jawline and give him a little more flair right down in the seat of his britches. But in terms of one that's comfortable, athletic, more my kind, length of neck, length of hip, and proportions the best, and still has a tremendous shape from blade to hip, that barrow hits me the best in this particular drive. He reads extremely good in his angles and his joints. And again, I told you if he just had a little more in the seat of his lower britches, it'd be really hard to punch a great big hole in that one. I think that one's got lots of good to him. This one can be described as tricked out, trick pony, whatever you want to describe him as. He is a man compared to the other one in terms of bone. Front of his blade. I don't know that this barrow has any more muscle down into his lower ham, and a little coarser in his step. Young man, you do an awesome job of show and presentation. You've got this barrow tricked out to the nines, and he looks like a show pony. At the same time, I wish we could make him a little sleeker and just a little more athletic, but that's another one that's got a tremendous amount of good pieces to him. Young lady hit a buzzsaw of a class. That's a really good pair of barrows. I need to loosen her up the way she sets out of her hip. I need to bend her hock just a little better, make her a little more flexible off of the way she drives from behind. The young lady does a nice job driving hogs all day long. Sleek, attractive, one that's going to take an awesome picture, but one that just needs to have more to him. Got to get more center rib and body. I redrove him in 5 there. Thought, okay, well, there's more in 5. This barrow's better looking. He's more attractive. He's fresher in his look. He's got to have more right down low, give him a little more rib and body. Maybe doesn't look like he's ate or drank quite as good. That barrow in 5th, he's a truck in terms of power and dimension and stoutness. I've got to loosen him up, make him more athletic, make him more flexible, make him a little more attractive out in front of his blade. Here's another nice barrow that comes out next, just too closed underneath, not enough width of chest, not enough muscle right down low. His side profile is absolutely awesome. This young lady comes out with another nice There you go.
Thank you, sir. Now we're going to pick a champion lightweight.
Okay. 3 divisions in.
Yeah. All right. First place, Cash Percyfield.
good division. I had him go ahead and turn out. And, we'll talk real briefly about them because it's your state fair, and I think they deserve it. That lightweight bear is just a really good lightweight. Does he blow you away one way or the other? No, but he's impeccable in terms of how he's put together. He doesn't have a whole lot of holes in him, and I think that thing's blends a pair of them together out here extremely well. He's stout, he's powerful, and yet he's athletic, and yet he's got a good look to him. I think he designs extremely good. Being an absolute rock star in this judge's opinion, I think lots of good in that one. And then the bear that wins the heavy class, tremendous presence, love his profile, excellent pair in that particular class that are quite different. He's got to have more power. Calico's got to be just a few places. That second place light's got to have more to him. Second place middle, just a little lower. To be your champion in this particular division, I like the heavyweight bear there, the belted bear the young man has, to be your reserve. One or the other. Yeah, can't have it both ways.
All right, your champion, Tate Olmstead, and reserve champion, Cash Persifield.
I'm good. Are we all right?
Now we're going to dark crossbred medium, class 1. Blake Bessler, Peyton Helton, Rhea Stockwell, Kinley Bitten, Kinsey Jones, Trey Smith, Win West, Lacey Anderson, Isabel Cruikshank, Brecken Kissling, Cassidy Orr, Lillian Wanke, Coy Monroe, Emily Rice, Michaela Workman, Cadence Christopherson, Taya Thompson. These range in weight from 254 to 260. Dark crossbred, medium weight, class 1. Medium weight class 2, please make your way to the holding area. Tate Bassett, Madeline Fleener, Bodie Olmsted, Daisy Rogers, Afton McIntosh, Costner Persifield, Miranda Smith, Haley Adams, Luke Ogden, Emma Glantz, Natalie Herbst, Maura Ogden, Reese West, Danica Woodward, Aubrey Kraft, Adeline Miller, Emily Rice, Peyton Teaton. Please make your way to the holding area.
Another really nice class. These crossbred classes have been a lot of fun to sort, and quality continues to stay exceptionally good. And this little black stripped hog here that wins the class is one that to me is kind of the no holes kind of hog. I will tell you that if we could air his tires up just a little better, especially on those front feet, he's a little flat right there in them front pastures. It does not affect the way that thing gets out and goes. I just think in terms of his skeleton, in terms of size and extension, he envelops the one that goes two. He's got more chest, got more bone and forearm. That thing's a power hog and got plenty of density and feature, but yet he's athletic and sound and really crisp and clean down his top. Reads with good painted up gilt that goes to in terms of a side profile and design. Hard to punch a hole in that one. When I get right behind her, I guess that's where she rib shape. She's not quite as truly expressive out of her upper hip and down into the seat of her britches. She looks like a breeding gilt and will do a tremendous job as a female down the road. I don't know that there's just enough punch in that one today to get over that predominantly black one that wins. I wish this one in third had a little more physical feel to her. If we could do that, that drops that rear flank. I think it allows her to spread her rear legs just a little wider when she gets out on the go. She is athletic. She's got a huge forearm and shoulder in her, tremendous head carriage, just not quite as full and fresh in terms of her presence, but another one that I like extremely well. Again, she continues to bring good ones all day long. Good hog that comes in fourth, and I'd like to change this gilt in terms of her length of rump, her comfort level in terms of how she sets her hind leg down. She wants to pound it just a little harder and twist on it, but she's another one that's impeccable in terms of the muscle, the shape, the presentation. Again, that young lady knows how to stick one too. Come out next with a really good designed hog, just a little plainer in his general shape. He's athletic, he's comfortable, he can go all day long. He just has to have more pop, punch, and shape in terms of his muscle to get him up any higher. Another hog that comes out, it's another one that's flashy and correct in terms of his pattern, the way he looks. I just don't know, again, that there's enough oomph in that one to get him up any higher. Again, we talked on down through the line, need a little more shape here in this painted up hog, length on both ends there, but a good class. Again, congratulations to all.
First place, Win West. Second, Isabel Crookshank. Third, Peyton Helton. Fourth, Cassidy Orr. Fifth, Coy Monroe. Sixth, Lacey Anderson. Seventh, Michaela Workman. Eighth, Brecken Kissling. Ninth, Trice Eisenberger. 10th, Trace Smith. Now entering the ring, dark crossbreds class 2, medium weight class 2. Tate Bassett, Madeline Fleener, Bodie Olmstead, Daisy Rogers, Afton McIntosh, Costner Persifield, Miranda Smith, Haley Adams, Luke Ogden, Emma Glanz, Natalie Herbst, Mara Ogden, Reese West, Danica Woodward, Aubrey Kraft, Teton. Bring them in. Dark crossbreds medium to 270. Always looking for donors. This year they donated a skid steer, power for the livestock barns during the state fair, live stream of shows and contests, an ice machine, and a scholarship fund for $15,000 for Wyoming State Fair High School seniors. The mission of the Wyoming State Fair Foundation is to ensure that the Wyoming State Fair serves as a vibrant celebration of our state's agriculture, youth, education, heritage, and industry while evolving to meet the needs of future generations. Once again, that's the Wyoming State Fair Foundation, and they're having a silent auction going on right now. And if you would like to donate, scan the code for the Wyoming on Facebook, or you can just come right up here to the announcer stand and scan the code if you would like, or look for their posters around the fairgrounds. The top 5 market swine today will be receiving awards surpassing $4,000 from some outstanding supporters across Wyoming and even the country: Showbiotics, ADM Animal Nutrition, Cooper's Specialty Feeds, K3 Show Feeds, Opportunity Genetics, Platte Valley Bank, Showright, the Von Krosig family, Wildcatter Wealth Management, Wyoming Hemp Company, University of Wyoming School of Pharmacy, Wyoming State Fair Foundation, and Pronghorn H2.
I think a pretty placeable class. I don't know that we run quite as deep in this particular drive as what we have some others, but I do think there's a heater here at the top of the drive that needs to win and win for fun in this particular class. Again, he's tricked out to the nines. He's presented extremely well, but yet he's a good hog. He's functional. He's practical. He's built good. He's got good extension on both ends. Has all those extras that you can pack on them after they're sound and practical. I think that's a pretty logical place to start this drive. Young man does a nice job. Come out two with the belted barrow. That's certainly one that has big bladed, big backed, and big hip. I'd like to make him a little stouter in terms of his feature. I'd like to just freshen him in that lower skeleton just a little bit, give him a little more prime part, just a little wider in his chest, and just give him more shape. I thought he was the next one, though, in terms of just not messed up, that needs to stay in that slot. We come out in third with another one that I need to change him at his knee and freshen him up ever so slightly. But in terms of length of body, in terms of length of hip, heaviness of structure, that barrow practically falls into that third slot. Move this barrow up a little higher. He didn't hit me just extremely hard when he came in. Kind of a dingy looking hog. It's just a little frailer, not quite as attractive out in front of his blade. But from a muscle standpoint, he may have quite a bit more muscle than some on either side of him. Again, just a little plainer in terms of his general appearance and look, but a nice hog in general. Hog that comes out here in fifth, got a little more sheath to him and just not quite as fresh in terms of presentation and look, but another one that's got good muscularity, good length of body, and good dimension. Another one that's really presented extremely well. I like this hog quite well. I just don't know that he I mentioned to him. We progress on down the line here, and certainly hogs that I think are good. This power and dimension to him. I talked on down through each of another nice class.
First place, Reese West. Second, Afton McIntosh. Third, Natalie Herbst. Fifth, Luke Ogden. Sixth, Bodie Olmstead. Seventh, Emma Glantz. Eighth, Costner Persifield. Ninth, Tate Bassett. 10th, Daisy Rogers. Now we have dark crossbred Amber Chona, Kason Eckley, Kale Jocelyn, Taryn Miller, Win West, Madeline Fleener, Jason Hewley, Caitlin Long, Cooper Nye, Wesley Barnes, Kaylor McConaughey, Reese Sr., Bridget Anderson, Brooklyn Masters, Broden Flores. Dark Cross Medium Weight Class 3. After this class, we will pick a medium weight crossbred champion. We will be picking the medium weight champion and reserve, but we'll be ready for dark crossbred heavyweight class 1 quite soon. Timber Cousins, Ridge Follett, Trevor Jolovich, Brayson Woodward, Drew Hiller, Presley Laribas, Avery Lynn, Caden Shamel, Trey Smith, Katie Rice, Colby Rich. Crossbred medium 1, please. Win West and Isabel Cruikshank to report to the holding pins. Out of class 2, Reese West and Afton McIntosh. And then we'll hold the ones out of this class.
Well, in this initial trio, there's a pair of them that are just a little more comfortable, a little more athletic, and within that particular pair, there's one that's just built better, and I think blends those pieces together a nickel better. That's the young lady over here in the green shirt. That thing hit me extremely hard when he came in the ring, continues to do so. Yeah, he's not perfect in terms of how he tracks going away from your behind, but I think in terms of presence and balance and proportion, having tremendous amount of spread throughout, that's a nice place to start. Young man's barrow down here is going to end up in 2, and he is a little piecey in terms of being just a little coarser and crestier there in his neck. Again, I don't know that he goes to the ground with as big a foot as what he's got up high, and certainly a big old powerful hip, but certainly one that is athletic and flexible, has good shape down his top. Pretty logical barrow to follow too. Hog that comes here in 3 is one that I like in terms of his skull shape. I like his body, muscle, and power throughout. I got to see him flex better from behind, make him more athletic and truly flexible as we get him on the go. But a big hog that's got plenty of dimension to him. We come out here in 4th, another one that's got power and dimension, extension to him. A little plainer in terms of his look up through his front. I don't know that he's quite as youthful as we study him there. And again, he could be tweaked in terms of how he sets and plants that hind leg on him also. But another very good barrow in 4. Very attractive barrow from a 5-hole, and he'll take an awesome backdrop photo. Get in front of him and get behind. He needs to have more width of chest. He's got to have more just true punch and muscle to him. Barrow in 6, young man does a killer job of getting them presented. Big back, big shoulder, big bones in that particular hog. Just a little dry and hollow in that lower portion of his cavity. Not as fresh and youthful in his general makeup.
Win West is first place. Cooper Nye second. Amber Choma third. Taryn Miller fourth. Reese Sr. fifth. Wesley Barnes sixth. Broden Flores seventh. Eighth, Jason Hewley. Ninth, Kaylor McConaughey. 10th, Madeline Fleener. Now we're ready to pick our medium weight division. West, and second was Isabel Cruikshank. Out of class 2, we have Reese West, and second place was Afton McIntosh. And out of class 3 was Win West with Cooper Nye in reserve. I'm going to bet on the Wests here.
Well, three very good ones here in our middle division, and let's just talk about each of them real quick. That off-belted, predominantly black hog that wins the first class in this middle drive. The pros of that particular hog, and take nothing away from the belted hog that wins the last class, it's a two-horse race between the other pair. The pros between the black hog, I think he's just a little more real. I think he's a little more genuine as you study him in terms of foot size and forearm and chest, and then just true shape down his top and a big, powerful hip. The disadvantages of that hog, front tires are flat. He's not quite as full as we study him back into his rear flank. As you just changes proportions in his lines ever so slightly. But in terms of a hog that is real in terms of how he's put together and genuine, I wish that I could change him in those two regards. But you just study what's underneath that hog, and he's extremely real. The next hog is aesthetically probably more pleasing because he's got just a little more shag and density, and that always helps as you study him. At the same time, I think I made a comment earlier, I don't know that the bear's got as much shape because of that extra shag that he's got, or maybe it's a visual perception when you get back in behind him that he doesn't have as much expression back into his center or lower ham as the black bear that wins the first shot. I do think he's more comfortable. I do think as we sit back and study him in terms of his lines that he is just better from top line to bottom line. Long term, I think that's the best one. Young man's Calico Bear is going to be our champion in this particular division. She brings in the second place hog in that drive, and we talked that class that one kind of won for fun. And this was a good practical kind of bear. He needs more length of rump and just stouting him up in his bone. I wish we could. This one's a little ginger that comes out of that last class in this drive in terms of how he's setting. I thought it was really close. This predominantly black bear is going to be our reserve middle.
And dark medium weight goes to Win West. We're ready with dark crossbred heavyweight class 1. We have Timber Cousins, Ridge Follett, Trevor Jolovich, Brayson Woodward, Drew Hiller, Presley Laribas, Avery Linhart, Tavy Miller, Coyer Bowman, Cadence Schammel, Trey Smith, Michaela Curlis, Traley Foland, Katie Rice, Colby Rich. Bring them in. All right. Dark heavyweights class 2 be getting ready. Mason Easton, Cassidy Orr, Grady Hiller, Trey Bowder, Timber Cousins, Easton Mason, Brinley Anderson, Madison Bernard, Costner Persifield, Daisy Rogers, Kinsey Jones, Kai Linden, Charlotte Anderson, Sawyer Ingdahl, and Mason Morrill. Please be making your way to the holding area.
Well, most of the time, I'd say 9 out of 10 times, I'm a Barra guy. I'll use the Barra over a gilt. Most of the time, if it's close, and this just happens to be that 10th time, the 2 Barras that end up in 2 and 3. And I think primarily it's because of her length and correctness of rump and her athleticism in terms of how she handles her hind leg in comparison. And 2 is, but her presence, her elegance, her look, her design, and just sheer balance and proportion along with muscle and power. I read her being cleaner in her joints, more athletic in terms of steadier throughout. Barra on the far side, big chested hoe, plenty of muscle and power, just got a flexing better in that hind leg, especially out. Does a great job, presented to the 9s. Two twist and swivel on him ever so slightly. He's not as full right there in his middle portion of his body and skeleton, but a stout-made, big-footed, robust kind of bar that's got plenty of power to him. Another one that's got all the dimension and rib and body that you can put. I love his design and profile. Simply put, you get up on top of this bar, he just got to have more expression and shape. He's got a little more cover. It doesn't shape up quite as well. He's not as true at his knee and his build and his skeleton as what we had in that top trio. Hoggett comes out here in 4th, another one, wide-chested, plenty of muscle and power. We just study that thing up through his head and crest. He looks a little older. He's a little more refined up in that jawline. He's got to handle that hind leg better. He's shorter in his rump, and he twists it instead of reaching and flexing that hind leg like I like to see him, but still an extremely good one. The Barra that comes in 6th, much the same way, just a little plainer in terms of his look up front, a little shorter in his rump, plenty of bulk and power and dimension.
First place, Ridge Follett. Second place, Trey Smith. Third, Kobe Rich. Fourth, Michaela Curlis. Fifth, Tavy Miller. 6, Timber Cousins. 7, Coyer Bowman. 8, Presley Laribas. 9, Cadence Schammel. 10, Traley Foland. Now we're at Dark Crossbred Heavyweight Class 2. They range in weight from 287 to 299. We have Easton Mason, Cassidy Orr, Grady Hiller, Trey Bowder, Timber Cousins, Easton Mason, Brinley Anderson, Madison Bernard, Costner Persifield, Daisy Rogers, Kinsey Jones, Kai Linden, Charlotte Anderson, Heavyweights, please report to the holding area. McCrae Dar, Costner Percyfield, Oakley Smith, Rhea Stockwell, Corbin Weber, Chesney Mackey, Coy Robertson, McCarty Dar, London Almer, Lane Cushman, Abby Stroud. Please report to the holding area.
You guys can head out the back.
Another class that falls together pretty handily. A pretty easy class winner, a handle in this drive. Not perfect in terms of how he plants from behind, but in terms of freshness and shape, product-driven kind of hog that gives you a nice look and balance. I think that's a real easy place to start. Wide belted barrow the young lady's got there in two. He's got to be sounder off of his hind leg, but he is a tall-shouldered rascal that does have product. He still has a nice look up front, and at this weight, he's still fresh and shapely as we study him throughout. Gilton 3 is a good design kind of gilt. She just got to freshen up. We got to widen her chest, give her more expression down her top, and just make her a little more youthful throughout. Same way as we get into 4 and the gilt, the barrow that left out in 5. Them hogs have just got to be spread wider, give them a little more genuine, true muscle shape as you work them throughout, freshen them up ever so slightly. Getting to that weight where it's a little harder to keep them together, keeping them looking good. Still hot.
First place. Oh, excuse me. I'm just going to get it here. Okay, I got it now. First place, Cassidy Orr. Second place, Charlotte Anderson. Third, Easton Mason. Fourth, Timber Cousins. Fifth, Kai Linden. Sixth, Brinley Anderson. Seventh, Mason Morrill. Eighth, 10th, Kinsey Jones. Now we have dark crossbred heavyweights coming in the ring. They range in weight from 300 to 326. McCrae Dar, Costner Percyfield, Oakley Smith, Rhea Stockwell, Corbin Weber, Chesney Mackey, Coy Robertson, McCarty Dar, London Almer, Lane Cushman, Abby Stroud. Immediately after this class, we'll pick the champion dark cross heavyweight. Then we'll pick the champion overall dark cross. Then we'll take a short break, and then we have gilts. We will be taking a short break in between the dark cross champion and the gilts.
Good top pair here, the young people in the pink shirts. Ultimately, I think the young man's barrel, just a little more pride open as you study him in his chest. I think there's a little more mass working from Indy, and he goes to his ham and down low. A pig is still modern, trendy, tremendous look, very, very fresh and shapely still at this. Too much the same way. You can maybe make the argument he's got more length of neck and certainly taller at the point of his shoulder. I love the design of this hog. He wants to funnel and fade just a little more right down low for his forearm, but still a nice hog in two. Good gilt that ends up here in third or Barris. Trendy, plenty of power and dimension. He's a little tighter. Good job.
First place, heavyweight dark crossbred, McCrae Dar. Second, London Almer. Fourth place, Oakley Smith. Fifth, Costner Percyfield. Sixth, Reyes Stockwell. Seventh, Chesney Mackey. Eighth, Abby Stroud. Ninth, Coy Robertson. 10th, Corbin Weber. 11th, Lane Cushman. Now we'll pick the dark crossbred heavyweight champion in reserve. Out of class 1, we have Ridge Follett and Trey Smith. Out of class 2, we have Cassidy Orr and Charlotte Anderson. And out of class 3, McCrae Dar and McCarty Dar. We need Trey Smith, please, with your second place out of class 1. Trey Smith, please.
You know, I think as we study this heavy division, for the most part, we would say that in general they need to be just a little fresher, but you can't say that about this top trio. They're extremely good in terms of freshness. They're presented well, presented to the nines. They look like show hogs. They've held together well. I think it's close. Take nothing away from this black bear that gets just a little rounder out of his rump, and we got to change the set to his hind leg. It's close between this pair of hogs here closest to me. They're athletic, they're good in their joints, they're very flexible. I think there's one that's got just a nickel more punch to go along with that athleticism. That bear out of the heavy class will be your champion in this heavy division. Wanted to sure double check as we come in here for reserve. Again, I think it's close between that pair. I think there's one that's just a nickel fresher, probably a little more feature and just a little truer from top to bottom. That young man's wide belted gilt out of the
Your champion, dark crossbred heavyweight, goes to McCrae Dar and reserve to Ridge Follett. Now we have to bring in the light, medium, and heavyweight dark crossbreds to pick overall dark crossbred. And so out of the lightweight dark crossbreds, we had Tate Olmsted as the champion and Cash. Medium weights, we had Reese West as the champion, Win West as reserve, and out of the dark crossbred heavyweights, we had McCrae Dar as the champion, Ridge Follett as reserve. And please remember, all of you breed champions and all of the division overall, after we judge the gilts, we'll need to be ready to come in. Remember, if you have those ready.
really good dark cross division. If you've got one in this heat, you brought one that came to play hardball and came to play. You brought a tremendous set. It's been a lot of fun working through this set, and I still realize that we've got plenty of show to continue to work through, but certainly the quality's been exceptional. No different when we get into this Grand Drive in this Crossbred division. I do think as we get down here, we're going to pick 3 in this particular go. There's a pair of them that are just really, really close to me. I studied them for a long time earlier. I like that pair of middleweight hogs to be our champion, reserve champion dark cross. Congratulations. We then pick a 3rd overall in this particular go. I like this big heavy barrel the young man's got to be our bronze in this division. Congrats.
All right, your champion, dark crossbred, goes to Reese West, and reserve champion to Win West. Now we're going to take about a 10-minute break. Allow the judge and the ring help to get a little restroom and nutrition time. Take about a 10-15-minute break, and then we'll come back and judge gilts.
Sometimes your dreams just can't wait any longer. You need your home to open new doors, your money to work harder. You need a new kind of freedom, or the chance to help a loved one leave the nest. At First Interstate Bank, we understand the importance of these dreams, and we can help you realize them. First Interstate Bank, built for you.
right here. They're usually asking a question. So.
All right, Market Gilts Class 1, go ahead and report to the holding area. We're going to get started here in just a few minutes, so if you can make your way down there, Market Gilts Class 1.
Sometimes
Levi
your dreams
Peldo,
just
Emma
can't
Glantz,
wait any
Leander
longer.
Hansen, Michaela
You need your
Curtis,
home to
Evie
open new
Kissling,
doors.
Blake Bessler,
money to
Caleb
work harder.
Booth, Katie
You need a new
Rice,
kind of
Danica
freedom,
Woodward,
or
Cooper
the chance to
Zolman,
help a loved one
Mallory
with the
Forgy,
nest.
Michaela
At
Workman,
First
Davy
Interstate
Frost,
Bank, we
Trip
understand the importance
Eisenberger
of
with
these dreams,
2,
and we can help you
and
realize
Jade
them.
Follett. Please report to the holding area. Market gilts
Built for
from
you.
230 pounds to 245 pounds. Line up people down there. Trip Eisenberger only has 1 pig. He doesn't have 2. There's 2 entered in this class. He only has 1. So you can scratch one of them. They also both happen to have the same tag number if you read it. So, yeah. We're rolling, rolling, rolling. Here we go. Market Guilds Class 1. Levi Peldo, Emma Glantz, Leander Hansen, Michaela Curlis, Blake Bessler, Caleb Booth, Katie Rice, Danica Woodward, Cooper Zolman, Mallory Forgy, Michaela Workman, Davy Frost, Trip Eisenberger, and Jade Follett. Range and weight is 230 to 245. Gilts Class 2. Please report to the holding area. Peyton Ramza, Madison Bernard, Cassidy Orr, Brecken Kissling, Miranda Smith, Sawyer Ingdahl, Aspen Kyle, James Schaefer, Brayson Woodward, Nora Jocelyn, Mallory Hill, Presley Laribas, Peyton Ramza, James Schaefer, Davy Frost, James Schaefer.
Nice class to start our gilt show with, and I just think as we study the top pair of hogs in this particular drive that are the more correct skeleton, better built hogs, that there's just more punch and power in this predominantly black gilt that wins. She's one that still heads. Look up front, she's square and true. She's that close to pushing the limits when you get right behind her. Today she's still acceptable in that regard. Now that's the good design, good skeleton one that's got some power to her. Very athletic, very flexible, functional kind of gilt. Next, again, one that's just got to have more punch though. She's a little narrower in her chest, a little flatter in her rib. Her running gear is awesome. We just got to power that thing up to get her over the one that wins the class. Get into third, and this is a big rib, productive, square top kind of hoe, one that's a little straighter up into her shoulder. Her length of rump and how she handles her hind leg kind of correlate and go hand in hand. We've got to change her there to make her a little more flexible. Calico gilt that ends up in fourth. To me, one that's not quite as fresh, not quite as big in terms of her center, and youthful in terms of her look, but one that is made right, designed good, and still has good muscularity throughout. The gilt that comes next, again, length of rump is the biggest detriment here. Hind leg doesn't get out and stretch and reach the way it needs to. Big back, big rib in that one, plenty of muscle. The gilt in sixth is one that certainly has a nice look, plenty of her a little more correct off her rear too.
First place, Levi Peldo. Second place, Caleb Booth. Third, Jade Follett. Fourth, Mallory Forgy. Fifth, Michaela Curlis. Sixth, Davy Frost. Seventh, Katie Rice. Eighth, Leander Hansen. Ninth, Michaela Workman. 10th, Blake Bessler. Now we have Market Gilts Class 2. These range in weight from 240. Peyton Ramza, Madison Bernard, Cassidy Orr, Brecken Kissling, Miranda Smith, Sawyer Ingdahl, Woodward, Nora Jocelyn, Mallory Hill, Presley Laribas, Schaefer, Davy Frost, James Schaefer. Class 3, please report. Riley West, Haley Cooper, Riley Vetter, Taya Thompson, Mila Tipton, Lila Terrell, Bentley Malone, Jason Cruikshank, David Parker, Reese West, Serenity Burkett, Patsy Graves, Hayden Hubbard, Lila Terrell, Dawson Bernard, Serenity Burkett, Isabel Cruikshank. Please report.
We're going to use the calico colored gilt to win this particular drive. I think as we watch our top trio that soars to the top end of this class, that gilt's got the most elegance and presence to her, and yet her length of neck and length of rump and proportions are extremely good. She handles it with good muscularity, good shape throughout. Maybe not as tricked out as some in terms of bone and feature and what have you, but that's a real practical kind of hog to win this particular drive with. Wide belted gilt goes 2, and one that probably gets a little out of bounds when she comes right at you. Got to pull her in there at her elbow ever so slightly and change her there. But her length of neck and up-headed look and presence with muscle and power that I like in terms of trueness and squareness coming right at you. I think she's extremely good in that regard. She needs to blend her. A very nice gilt that ends up in 3rd. We get into 4th with a really good design gilt. I like her length of body. I love her from a profile. I don't know that there's just enough punch in that one. A little flatter in her rib. Probably just a little more angular, a little narrower as we work right down her top line. Gilt that comes out in 5th, we moved up dimension. A little coarse as we study her and her general makeup. Got a blender through her loin hip junction just a nickel better. That gilt that comes out here in 6th probably wants to push it just a little too extreme from behind. Got to pull her back in behind, moderate the amount of muscle, make her sounder from behind. The gilt that ends up in 7th, we need to tweak her hind leg, make her sounder. Got a little swelling back in her rear flank. Certainly a nice gilt. Tremendous presence up front. Presentation very, very good.
First place, Davy Frost. Second, Sawyer Ingdahl. Third, James Schaefer. Fourth, Madison Bernard. Fifth, Brecken Kissling. Sixth, Aspen Kyle. Seventh, Peyton Ramza. Eighth, Miranda Smith. Ninth, Cassidy Orr. 10th, Peyton Ramza. Now we're in market class 3. Gilts class 3, Riley West, Haley Cooper, Riley Vetter, Taya Thompson, Mila Tipton, Lila Terrell, Bentley Malone, Jason Cruikshank, David Parker, Reese West, Serenity Burkett, Patsy Graves, Hayden Hubbard, Lila Terrell, Dawson Bernard, Serenity Burkett, Isabel Cruikshank. After we select the champion gilts, then we will be taking about a 10-minute break to get organized for the champion drive, get all the fireworks and the smoke and all that ready for the champion drive. Anyway, we'll take about a 10-minute break after we pick the champion gilts, and then we'll have the champion drive overall. Class 4, please report to the holding area. Peyton Ramza, Taven McConaughey, Kinsley Curlis, Traley Foland, Fletcher Hansen, Avi Linhart, David Parker, Trey Smith, Kai Linden, Gage Burkett, Tavy Miller, Reese Sr. Please report to the holding area.
Best class of these cross gilts we've had thus far this afternoon, and young man's belted gilt's going to win the class. And I'll be honest with you, when you just let her go like that and allow her to collect herself, she blends everything together so much better. When you're sitting there tapping on that hip real hard like you were with that whip, it made her duck her tail and kind of get it underneath her. That thing's natural presence and poise and posture very good. Where she beats this pair of blacks, the one in second has more foot size, bone, feature, jawline. The one in third, longer fronted, longer hip. That's a really proportional kind of gilt that wins the class very good. The gilt in second, awesome back shape, rib shape, extremely fresh and well presented. Again, we've just got to stout her a little more in her lower jawline, her forearm, and down into her ankle, and heel change that gilt just a little slightly, but a very nice gilt that ends up in 2. A little more feature here in 3. At the same time, we've got one that's a little plainer out in front of her blade, a little plainer in her shape, maybe not quite the length of rump, but certainly one that's heavy duty and stout in terms of her general makeup. Come out of 4th with one that's extremely stout, big skull, big forearm in that one, plenty of power in that particular gilt. Not quite as fresh in her head and front end, a little shorter as we study her out of her rump. We come out of 5 with a gilt that tremendous in terms of her design, a little flatter, a little plainer in terms of her shape throughout. We've just got to give her a little more pop and expression. The gilt that comes out here in 6, I've got to tweak her off of her hind leg, make her sounder in terms of how she sits there. Big back, plenty of power, tremendous look, good class of gilts this sort.
First place is Bentley Malone. Second, Isabel Crickshank. Third, Riley Vetter. Fourth, Serenity Burkett. Fifth, David Parker. Sixth, Jason Crickshank. Seventh, Mila Tipton. 8, Hayden Hubbard. 9, Riley West. 10, Reese West. Now entering the ring, Market Gilts, Class 4. Ranging in weight from 283 to 295. Peyton Ramza, Taven McConaughey, Kinsley Curlis, Traley Foland, Fletcher Hansen, Avi Linhart, David Parker, Trey Smith, Kai Linden, Gage Burkett, Tavy Miller, Reese Sr. If you haven't showed your pig yet, and it's a gilt, your last chance is the next class, Market Gilts Class 5. J.C. Leah Kugler, Clinton Reeder, Taryn Miller, Wyatt Gorzalka, Serenity Burkett, Reese Sr., McCrae Dar, Parker Hewley. Please report to the holding area.
The guy in the pink shirt drives the redhead that wins the class, and I think that's an awfully nice kind of gilt. She's got a little shuffle in her hip and her hind leg that you'd like to change and tweak her just a little bit there. Tremendous presence out in front of her blade. Skin and hair is on point, one that's extremely square, and I like the way that she blends from her loin into her hip and just a little square going away than what we've got in 2. The front 2/3 of that off belt in 2 are extremely good. I've got to feel her through her loin hip junction ever so slightly, drop her flank, and to me we need to spread her a little wider when she goes right away from you. The front 2/3 in that thing are absolutely killer. I just wish the back end matched what we see right up there. Good gilt that ends up here in 3rd, just a little plain out in front of her blade, a little shorter up in her neck, shorter in her hip. Not as athletic, but one that still has plenty of muscle and power. Blue gilt that comes out in 4th, extremely fresh, well presented, skin and hair's on point, just a little lower at the point of her shoulder, a little shorter out of her neck. I don't see that gilt with quite the extension, athleticism, or flexibility, but one that is opened up, bold, and fresh. Here's a good design gilt that's too narrow in her chest when she comes right at you. She's another one that we could give just a little more shape right down low, but I love that gilt from a side view, practical in terms of her makeup and kind. Tremendous presence in the gilt that ends up in 6th. Height of shoulder, bone work exceptionally good. Not as fresh, not quite as opened up, just a little staler in her overall look.
First place, Taven McConaughey. Second, Trey Smith. Third, Avi Linhart. Fourth, Kinsley Curlis. Fifth, Fletcher Hansen. Sixth, Tavy Miller. Seventh, David Parker. Eighth, Reese Sr. Ninth, Peyton Ramza. 10th, Traley Foland. Now we have Market Guilds Class 5. This is the last class. Market Guilds Class 5, ranging in weight from 297 to 315. Jasalia Kugler, Clint Reed, Taryn Miller, Wyatt Gorzalka, Serenity Burkett, Reese Sr., McCray Dar, Parker Hewley. Okay, we need all the class first and second places of the Market Guilds classes to come for selection of the champion Market Guild. Be lining up. Out of Class 1, Levi Peldo and Caleb Booth. Out of Class 2, Davey Frost and Sawyer Ingdahl. Out of Class 3, Bentley Malone and Isabel Crickshank. And out of Class 4, Taven McConaughey and Trey Smith.
Last class we get into here, and man, we've got some heat up on the top end of this particular drive. I really like this gilt that wins. She's one to me that's busted open practical. She's extremely balanced in terms of her build, square from end to end and top to bottom, and yet you study her from end to end, that thing's got a big back and a big powerful hip. One of the really good ones that we've seen in this particular division. Young lady's gilt that ends up in 2. Height the shoulder, extremely good. Love this gilt in terms of her design and her profile. I don't know that she's just quite as bold and wide open in terms of her rib and how she comes out of her shoulder in comparison to the gilt that wins the class, but still a very, very good gilt that ends up in 2. Young lady here in the pink's going to end up in 3, and that one's got muscle and power and stoutness and lots of dimensity working throughout, but one that I think is a little cresty right up over her neck. Need to lengthen her up through her front. She's getting just a little tight the way she tracks out of her hind leg. That gilt in 4th is fresher than maybe the 1 or 2 in front of her. Skin and hair's on point. That gilt's just a little shorter and rounder out of her rump. Wants to get her hind leg underneath her ever so slightly. All in all, a very good class. I talked 5 and 6. We've got to give her more rib shape. That gilt in 6 has just got to have a bigger back. Good class. Congratulations to those heavy exhibitors.
First place, McCrae Dar. Second, Reese Sr. Third, Serenity Burkett. Fourth, Wyatt Gorzalka. Fifth, Jacelia Kugler. Sixth, Serenity Burkett. Seventh, Taryn Miller. Eighth, Parker Hewley. Ninth, Clinton Reeder. So now we're ready. We have 5 classes of gilts. We have to pick a champion and reserve and third overall gilt. Our out of class 1, we have Levi Peldo and Caleb Booth. Out of class 2, we have Davy Frost and Sawyer Ingdahl. Out of class 3, we have Bentley Malone and Isabel Cruikshank. Out of class 4, we have Taven McConaughey and Trey Smith. And out of class 5, we have McCrae Dar and Reese Sr. After the selection of the champion gilt, we'll take about a 10-minute break to organize and get ready for the champion drive. Then we'll have the overall champion drive.
Really nice set of class winners as we bring back these 5 gilts that won their respective classes in this division, and gets close. There's a pair of belted gilts out here that I think are very special, have a tremendous amount of good to them. Just little things that separate them and tweak them ever so slightly, take nothing away from them. These other 3, that solid black gilt's a nice gilt that's just a little raw and a little harsh. This red-headed gilt right here is a nice gilt that's got just a little wobble in terms of how she handles her hind leg. Calico gilt's a nice gilt, just not quite as bold and opened up. when you get right on top and watch her come right at you. That pair of belted gilts, I told the young man earlier to kind of lay off the brush when he's driving her. I think that gilt's got a tremendous presence. She's square. She's built exceptionally good. She's got a great look up through her front end. I love her from end to end and top to bottom. Hard to punch a hole in. Then you bring in this big heavy gilt that is a truck in terms of power and dimension. Extremely muscular, massy from end to end. Hard to keep a big heavyweight like that fresh. And then together, I need to tweak her ever so slightly as we watch her step from behind. I don't think she gets out with quite the length of stride as you watch her off her rear too. But again, a very, very close decision. I like the young man's belted gilt on the far side to be our champion crossbred gilt.
Bentley Malone has the champion gilt.
She brings in a solid black gilt that was extremely competitive in that class. I just told you that we'd stouten her up in her feature and bone work ever so slightly. I thought it was close in this champion drive. I like the young man's big gilt to be our reserve champion. Congratulations to him. That young lady's solid black gilt then would be our third or our bronze in this particular division.
McCrae Dar is reserve champion. And third place overall gilt goes to Isabel Crookshank. All right, very nice. So we'll get organized here. We'll take a few minutes, get organized, and we'll come back and we'll have a champion drive. 217 right now. You're right on track, man. Good.
Sometimes your dreams just can't wait any longer. You need your home to open new doors, your money to work harder. You need a new kind of freedom, or the chance to help a loved one leave the nest. At First Interstate Bank, we understand the importance of these dreams, and we can help you realize them. First Interstate Bank, built for you.
We're going to start calling them right now. We'll start showing them in just a...
Mr. Anderson, good, brother. How are you?
All right. Here's how we're going to do this, people. The champions of each division are going to come to the holding pen. The reserves of each division will go into the side pins on the sides of the ring. Then when we pick the champion, we'll pull the reserve out. We are going to place 5 because there's 5 cash awards for this deal. We will place 5, and then we will call them out of the ring in order. I will introduce you in order, and you will come out of the ring in order. So, AOB Darks, your champion, report to the holding ring. Jason Crookshank. Reserve MJ Hughes to the side pins. Burks, Gavin Gorzalka to the holding pin. Tinley Barnes to the side pin. Chester, Presley Laribas to the holding pin. McCarty Dar to the side pin. Duroc, Wesley Barnes to the holding pin. Cooper Zolman to the side pin. Hamp, Cassidy Orr, holding pin. Grady Hiller, side pin. Spot, MJ Hughes to the big pin. Isabel Crookshank to the holding pin. York, Presley Laribas to the big pin. Haley Adams to the side pin. Light Cross, Riley West to the big pin. Broden Flores to the side pin. Dark Cross, Reese West to the holding pin. Win West to the side pin. And Market Gilt, Bentley Malone to the holding pin. McCrae Dar to the side pin. So go ahead and bring them. We'll get organized here, and we'll have the champion drive of the 2025 Wyoming State Fair in front of you here in about 5 minutes. So from the Pork Producers Council, the champions all received $100 and the reserves $50. The champion overall out here today will receive $300 and the reserve champion $200. The top 5 in the market show from All right, let's get them all in place. We're about ready to rock and roll here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for the champion drive of the Wyoming State Fair Swine Show. I will introduce them to you one at a time. I have what counties they're from also as I introduce them to you as they come into the ring. So we will start with the AOB Dark, and your champion is from Fremont County, Jason Cruikshank. Then we'll bring in the champion Berkshire from Sheridan County, Gavin Gorzalka. Your champion Chester White from Converse County, Presley Laribas. Your champion Duroc from Sheridan County, Wesley Barnes. Your champion Hampshire from Natrona County, Cassidy Orr. Your champion Spot from Sweetwater County, MJ Hughes. Champion York from Converse County, Presley Laribas. Your champion Light Cross from Laramie County, Riley West. Champion Dark Cross from Laramie County, Reese West. And your champion Market Gilt from Sheridan County, Bentley Malone. Ladies and gentlemen, as these come in, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all of our competitors and their families, all the sponsors, especially thanks to the superintendents and the show committee, and a special thanks to all the people behind the scenes, putting the classes together, the people out here in the ring, sorting them into the pins. None of these people are paid. They're all volunteers. And so thankful to all the people that are keeping me in line, keeping the books up here, and keeping everything done to make this Wyoming State Fair Swine Show as special as it is. And ladies and gentlemen, how about a really huge hand to Brian today for doing the job, working with our young people out there in the ring. Brian, we certainly appreciate everything you've done for us today. And the way you've treated our young people is phenomenal. So thank you very much. This is a special time for all these youngsters to be out here for this championship drive. And what a great Wyoming State Fair it is.
Let's just shut them down for a second, kiddos. It's absolutely been a pleasure today to come to the Wyoming State Fair. I've judged some county fairs up here and have enjoyed it each and every time. I highly anticipated coming up here to much cooler weather and get here, drive through Fort Collins yesterday in 102 degrees and real quick realized that wasn't going to happen. Thank goodness for this indoor building and what have you. You guys do this thing right. This is a very, very good hog show. I live in the Midwest, and everybody talks about Midwest this and Midwest that. You can go ahead and throw your Wyoming State Fair right at them. The quality of this thing has been exceptional from our purebreds. You bet. Give yourself a round of applause. The quality of the pures, and I applaud you. And I think in hearing, maybe you haven't always had the pure classes. I think that's awesome, though. Classifying classes, whatever you got, it gives those kids chances to get out into more classes. Some of them don't need to be in a class of 16. Maybe some of them need to be in a class of 4. And I know we're talking about young kids and we're talking about the pigs, but there's no way we do what we do today without the people sitting at that table. The young ladies down here opening these gates, the guys and gals out here opening the gates, running each end, our state officers that are here volunteering their time. Folks, it takes an army, and to get them together, and then you've got your superintendents that have did just a phenomenal job. I've known both of those young ladies for a tremendously long time, and they do it right. They do it right because they want you all to have a first-class experience. You young people got a first-class experience today. You all out here in the bleachers, you got a first-class experience watching the greatest that your state has to offer. These kids are phenomenal. When I showed hogs, there was no way we do this right here. There was no way you drive a hog from one of those pens back here unless every hole is blocked. Guys, these kids could take these pigs up the midway, put them on a carnival ride it with them, and have the time of their life. And you know why they do it? Because this is what they do all summer. You know, it's expensive to play travel ball, basketball, softball, baseball. It ain't cheap doing this stuff, though, either. Where's you mom and dads of these kids out here, right? It's not cheap. Congrats. Great job. But why do you do it? You do it because your kids love it. You do it because this is what you enjoy. This 4 days right here at your Wyoming State Fair, this is family vacation time. It's not just the state fair, it's family vacation because when do we start school? Next week? Yay, everybody excited about that? I came here because we start tomorrow and I didn't want to be at the first day of school. I've been through too many in-services. That's what they did yesterday and today. And when I had the chance to come to Wyoming to judge a hog show, that's a no-brainer. I'm going to get out of in-service. We only go a half a day on the first day anyway. These young kids that did awesome. I don't have any telltales for you or any new sayings or wisdom. I'm just going to tell you a real simple saying that I tell my ag kids each and every year. If you're out here right now or if you're not out here right now, you want to be out here. If it is to be, it is up to me. You are the only one that can influence how far you go in this project, how far you go in life, and what you accomplish. It's a very simple saying. It's only 2 letters per word. If it is to be, it is up to me. Nobody else. Put the time in, put the work in, and it's pictures like that right there that are why we do what we do. Fire them back up. I've had an absolute blast. I ask you one more time to put your hands together. A phenomenal crew that put on a great pig show. Great families that brought tremendous hogs and great kids that exhibited them. There's one out here that hit me like a hammer. That young man's blue bear on the far side. That's your champion. He drops in that reserve out of that division, and a very good division. Man, we had 2 in there and another one that was an absolute hammer. Just had some tweak a few things in him, but certainly a very competitive hog. Also, there's another one out here that I think matches right up in terms of bone, in terms of flexibility. And folks, I did whatever what I wanted to do all day long. I don't mean that in a harsh or arrogant way. I did this long enough that I know people in this industry because I've did it for so long. I've lost friends and I've gained friends. And if I beat somebody's hog today, it wasn't because they were a friend. They're not a friend. It's because I didn't like that hog quite as well. I do what I want to do because I'm the one that has to stand behind it and be accountable for it. I'm going to pick the ones that I like, stick to my guns, make them look the best I can when it's all said and done. Your reserve grand's right there at the Dark Cross.
Our grand champion of the 2025 Wyoming State Fair goes to Riley West. Reserve champion goes to Reese West. And now we will be selecting the top 5. So there's 3 more to select.
This will be the last time. This will be the last time I grab the mic, and then we'll shake hands and high-five the kiddos after this. Tremendous show. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you for the opportunity of having me up here. I truly and sincerely mean it when I say you guys can play with the Midwest. The hogs in this caliber and the way you're doing it is top level. Keep doing what you're doing. You're going to accomplish a lot of things. My 3rd overall is one that hit us earlier in the day, and I think is a tremendously good one. This young lady's belted gilt will be your 3rd overall.
Cassidy Orr with the champion Hamp is 3rd overall. Bentley Malone with the champion Gilt is 4th overall. Broden Flores with the reserve champion light cross is 5th overall. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Enjoy your days at the Wyoming State Fair. Remember that there's a lot of livestock showings still to go at the State Fair. Also, the PRCA Rodeo tonight. All kinds of activities. Take a look at your fair book. Pick what you want to see. As for me, I will be seeing you tomorrow morning at 4-H Showmanship in the Breeding Beef Show, and Saturday